Father God, have mercy and grace upon us so that we can pull through as a nation and to be there for our students, Father God, as not Anis. And please, Lord Jesus, our elders from all across the Navajo Nation are suffering as well. Some are suffering from this COVID-19. Some are suffering from hunger. Some are suffering from the loss of their loved ones. And Father God, I ask that you lay your healing hand upon them and that you will bring comfort to them and their homes and their families, and that you will deliver them, Father God, and that you will deliver all of us to a better day, Father God. And I ask that you be with our mothers, our fathers that are out there working. And I ask that you please help us provide for our families. I ask that you please help us bring in the money and the food and the food to the tables to feed our families, Father God. I ask that you continue to help our parents to help provide for the children that are in their care and to help pay their bills. And I know that this is also a time where we are all struggling financially. But Father God, I ask that you give each and every one of us financial breakthrough with our money, and that you'll bless us by the 100-fold with whatever we need and whatever our heart desires, Father God, because I know you are the God of good grace and the God of giving and the God of love, Father God. So please hear my prayer. And I know that we are not all there physically, but I consider this as two or more gathered in your name, that you will be with us, and that you have the physical ability to be with each and every one of us who was on this phone call, and that you can be with each and every one of us across this great Navajo Nation, and our children that are far, and our family that are far off the Navajo Nation, that you will be with them and send their guardian angels to be with them and to protect them and to guide them, Father God. And Father God, I also plead that the shield of God will also protect us from this COVID-19. No harm shall come to my family. No harm shall come to my relatives that I consider across the Navajo Nation, Father God. And again, be with us today as we continue through this Health Education Human Services Committee meeting, and help us make the best decisions for our people, Father God. And Father God, bless our great Navajo Nation, our elders, our children, our parents, our brothers, our sisters, our aunts, our uncles. And Father God, please be with us today as not Anis. And this I pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you for that wonderful prayer. We acknowledge our place in the universe. Thank you. Committee members, we go to the item announcements. Does anyone of the individuals on the telephone call have announcements they'd like to make? Okay, committee members, if there are none, for all the folks on the phone call, please acknowledge your presence by introducing yourself. That's item 2 of this proposed agenda.
Not Anis. This is Nick Taylor calling in from Navajo Nation Shopping Centers. I'll be participating in any Q&A for the legislation 209.
Levita Miestas with the Department of Education.
Derek Franklin from Department of Education.
Yes, and then Honorable So, Chairman So, Vice Chairman, and Honorable Committee members. This is Christy Emeligi joining the call today from Sage Memorial Hospital.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Beverly Vicente Pigman with the Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board. Of course, Biyage si kaige lo hasita. Not. You say now to a baby copy was. So this is her.
Good evening, everybody. The Education, Health, Human Service Committee. This is Mike Winnie from the Navajo Nation Research Board Office.
Good morning. This is Red Dawn George from Shiprock.
What's Ganesha and Laura Hammett? Ganesha. What's John Hopkins?
This is David Begay from the Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board.
Hello, this is Christine Ami from Dene College.
Thank you, everybody. Most significant, Shema, Beverly, Cindy, Pigman. Thank you. Ado Chennai, Dr. David Begay. Ado, good to hear your voice. It's been a while. Ado, Mr. Mike Winnie, and then Dr. Laura Hammett, as well as Derek Franklin, Levita Maestas, and Honorable E. Allen McGay, and Honorable Chairman Ricky Nez. Thank you for being on the call. We appreciate your presence, and we'll try to get to your participation points as soon as possible. Yeah.
Shanand, this is Wahela Johns with Native Renewables. Good morning.
Oh, yeah, Dave. Ms. Johns, good to hear your voice. It's been a while.
Good to hear your voice, too.
Oh, a few years. It's been a few years. So, with that, Miss Miss Beverly Martinez, can you review with the committee and participants the proposed agenda, and the committee will proceed to adopt that agenda. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Agenda of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting by telecommunications, September 16, 2020, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Daniel E. So, Chairperson, Honorable Carl Russell Slater, Vice Chairperson, Place, Viva Telecommunications, Window Rock, Navajo Nations, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. 5, receive and report. A, report on Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine study as presented by the Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board. B, report on BIE school reopening and update on Widelands Community School. 7, new business. A, legislation 0209-20. B, legislation 0222-20. C, other. 8, close the meeting. Chair members, agendas read into the record.
Motion to accept the agenda. Delegate Paul McGay.
I'll second, Delegate So.
Okay. Thank you, committee members. There was the request by email from Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton to address the amendments to Title 17 so that the committee report and legislation could be sent over to Law and Order as well as to RDC. We're all three convened at the same time, I think. And so that's the purpose. And then, of course, Honorable Chair K. Allen Begay wants us to hear 209. And we've got participants Nick Taylor and Wahala Johns that have are part of this particular legislation 0209 committee members. Do I hear a request to amend the agenda?
Chair.
Chair.
Monica.
Honorable Wanika. Was that Honorable Vice Chair Slater?
Yeah, I had a separate amendment request, so I'll wait for Chair Wanika.
Sheila. Honorable Edison Wanika, you have the floor. The phone line.
Yeah. Chair, I will go ahead and ask the motioning party to move up the legislation before the report. I think those two that you talked about are in A and B, so I'd like to just move that up before number 5, right after 4.
Moving parties. Honorable. Chair. Oh, Che, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair Che, Honorable Delegate Daniel. So I believe that we should help each other as much as possible. So if this accommodates the requesting party, I am good with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Good. John. Kay Huington. Honorable Charlene So, you have the second.
I am fine with it.
Thank you. Yeah. Committee members, we have the main motion has been amended. Honorable Carl Slater, you have the telephone line, the teleconference line.
Yeah, the request I have is to modify Report 5A to include the letter that I sent from Dr. Ami, and that is, I understand the necessity for moving up the other legislations. I just want to say that, we do have Dr. Ami available maybe until 11 o'clock, and it would have been nice to hear some of the concerns that she has to present on vaccine trials in relation to the protocols that have gone for thus far for approval, and maybe some other considerations that the committee and the nation should be aware of and take stock of as we evaluate this whole process. But it sounds like the will of the committee to move forward with the legislation immediately. So my request, committee members, is that we would include as a written report on 5A the email that I sent out that included Dr. Ami's concerns.
Committee members, to the moving party, there is the request from Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Yes, Chair, I'm good with Delegate Slater's request. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm okay with it as well.
Okay, so we're to back to Ms. Martinez. Can you review the amended agenda through the motions?
Mr. Chair and members, the amended agenda motion is held by Honorable Paul Begay Jr., second by Charlene So, and was motioned by Edison J. Juanita to move legislation after item number 4, and a modified motion by Honorable Vice Chairman Carl Slater to include letter from Dr. Ami as written report. Mr. Chair, members.
Okay. I should say, Leonard Mose, can you provide us the roll call?
Hi, sir.
Roll call vote.
For the agenda. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Hey.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Russell Slater.
Paul Slater, green.
Honorable Paul Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Good. Committee members, thank you for amending the agenda to facilitate the legislations to go forward, even as we still meet. So appreciate that. With that, we can go to review and adopted journals. There being none, we go to a new 5A, new business. And with these two legislations that basically need to proceed to other committees, if the committee has no objections, I'd like to step aside and appoint Honorable Edison Wanika to be the chair pro tem for these two legislations. Committee members. Good. Ms. Martinez, do I need a vote of the committee, or can the chair just basically do it within the authorities of the chair?
Mr. Chair, that will be within the authority of the chairman of the committee. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sheila, committee, if there's no objections, Cecilia, can you preside as chair pro tem of these two legislation as we go forward? And I appreciate the committee's indulgence to allow that to happen. What Taylor do we have? Okay. You've got the chair.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee, let's go to legislation 0209-20. Beverly, can you read that to the record?
Legislation number 0209-20, an action relating to law and order, resources and development, health, education, human services, budget and finance, and Navajo Etiquette Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving and adopting Navajo Nation CARES Fund expenditure plans encompassing college student relief, grammar school student relief, education, elders assistance, Head Start, solar projects, solid waste, hardship assistance, housing projects, Office of the Controller, Office of Management and Budget, telecommunications and information technology, economic development, winter propane services, and public health. Mr. Pro Tem and members of the committee, this is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Mr. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Beverly. Committee members, I need a motion and a second.
Motion, Delegate Paul Begay.
Okay, thank you, Honorable McGay. Need a second?
I will second Delegate So.
Okay, thank you, Delegate So. Any questions, committee members?
Question.
Okay, if there's questions, then is the sponsor on the line?
Good morning, Shamala. Brother, this is Delegate Begay Jr.
Okay, go ahead. You have 20 minutes, I think.
And honestly, Health Committee, Shaylan Jacinta, others from Ashikon, the Sintaniki, Mr. Slater, others from Model, so, other Shaylan, Mr. Begay, others, your brother, Mr. Winika, other, apologize, Hedy, Head, Mahaz Khan, a cook, Koto, Deed Ego, Quack, Nal Sos Linigi, in Hitan, so the legislation 20920 of the lounge identify Schlicht or Lehiki as my agent. Kudo Mr. Christopher Bahi, Mr. Leonard Sosi Shinto Edition and Anos Linigi. All the other programs, the base of public at the Hadnaki, Kudoshi, Shata East, Donna Etiquette, Lukoshi, base of public at the Hadnaki, but Hota Nakishi, the Nata, Shato, Yakata Hatsito, a Coco committee members, as you know, we are up against the time as far as spending at the end of the year, December, but we still continue to move along with this legislation as we go. Chairman, Vice Chair, identified the two individuals. 17 cases legislation 209. 176,463,909.37. Based on Diniki Hahoriago, edit through the preliminary to I don't quick change there's nothing to move so I don't at the whole yard to a expenditure process to report the key from the Office of the Control Machine when I coco the quick machine review in daily. A coco could try exhibit one key just the some of these are preliminary documentation. Latin the United States Treasury Department that based on the Federal Registry the Diego Ajahit Ashi Peso has on the Ajit Diago a could I in our Soski Ajbi had it exhibit 1. Exhibit 2 Gonaki a Navajo Nation Shopping Center Kodo, I believe, she brother, that she put ye calling the Yila, Navajo Shopping Center, the director, Linigi, ko 18 the meal, so 4 million, Aju peso, that you kid. Ado broadband, exhibit 3, going to 15 million, 450,000, $323. Aju, Tik at Yal and Linigi. A lot of these programs are based on is going to go through certain programs or division within the Navajo Nation. Broadband, the key is about 3 going to nota ako ajik at infrastructure din ki pan na that the tin do ho one do electricity that a khota that a ako khash ajik to based on which of the no ako ende slat the meets of former benefit area ba ki that that public have to ni just then she either going to do it at the head or at nabi that so it is about the legislation and the solar projects. So this is the site from the into a to cut ajit aita asat the million that she put it na ko a kodoshan team with other cut that the kishi at a little less ko kodos hardness not in the man tin slat kunna da she has a tit a one deniki that the no a bayat she aj Ado exhibit 11 kun aki a tik at koche pechiya ta to zon investigation natural gas koko $7,467,500 $7,467,500 a natural gas technologies a through the division of community development nana ko a tik at across the Navajo Nation a tik at the koto she aided each of your own koto be the honey so that be yada the dog koto the water heater the sheep be daily just koto let propane kit na be kai or no 11 exhibit 11 gonna a be had attachment on clinic Exhibit 12 a first responders a codon law division of public safety she which of this cotton is nothing but on the kidney yaja the on the kidney is nothing but on his cotton base of 602,000 AD kwaje na kidney is nothing but on the bigger or unit technically in law but shitto the fire department a cutting the shla other EMS 57 and emergency management 2 ACT patient case to other be developed at national based at internet technology first responder ko in public safety in law and then at 8 that 8 is connected other reports that headquartered to the Nata Estate district, the Nata Estate, and the Shinkoto reports that as you know, that everywhere we go, I'm sure there's different programs that's available for the first responder internet service for each unit. Based off locate in Exhibit 12. Exhibit 13, Gunaki, a housing improvement issue. Issuing Division of Community of Housing and Infrastructure Department, issuing through the Division of Community Development, nothing slap the meat, so issue archbase above Hazna or less a coco dig at the hitnets, you, how one days and though how one communication, how one delegation, public Hazna or less only how community to in non stahunoto. To Bohonet and asking for that or legislation no pen go a coach one on the Nido, one Ohata del Yakishin Arch APA Hashine Dam one limited nappy kite or what or how to appropriate across each of the council district teaching that will be determined by the assessment chain that Haitian or a how one limited a of Chahotar or listen and then end and how to a relate all the 30 how one adna kotik at the basic sheet the door at the home site list the year with the a yoke nisha a that head of the shinkoto ARDC ni clinito land department a RDC papa need to a shinkoto the division so programs kishing like a whole lot of this end of the 25 million at the meal so 5 million the former benefit area has the public need because did are quite non store Shato that Shahana Nako got the military that's about what also MPL or HPL Hopi Land Commission Hopi Navajo partition land or Hopi partition land you don't get that you can't have
ko era esto sta be kai or what no exhibit 13 kun apaka ado exhibit 14 did at the 100 nal sos kinams ne liki ko just solid waste is like the mid so public health yeah Asian Division Community Development Ecuador أساسا نزنتين دوبا أنا نزنال أساسا دعت له هيت عشان كجود زيت أحكي دو transfer station دعت أحكي كان هيتناك عشان تشتايوش ديك أدوست زي يجي دو شيء خاصين عندنا أكوكو it really helps من أنا أفتني كده to help the chapters because otherwise if we don't have transfer station Hidden Denki tends to throw these trash machines in the Oyatayi Hindi when the Tapuko that us Oyatayi caught it all like baby cat the Jato ya Denki Panto as no she are just a 5 million yak holala. Exhibit 15 Slatan so non so the KHA could office controller to AD at the meals of point now could ya then king hit ya keep it on the store lately to a resource and cost imposed in the ministering and accounting system and so on. She to a office of control just another bit Miss Kirk Berlin Kirk she based on Deniki Yukla Other budget Office of Management and Budget OMB Mr. Bial the Shin to exhibit 16 good so often that a resource and cost imposed because ace harden is not data but the meal so I mean yes 653,000 I couldn't not okay the OMB Other exhibit 17 ace like the meal 5 million the electronic case management division of social services to add yado kid la to dikodo o unit na shi dikadno so to applications to any document that haki to dikadmedia baha it sometimes actual documents that no the top and yet God has some net to the agency it's not to wonder ko halit ale ko je tik a talwur communicating and indicate the nishiki that na has that to nabab have what so people don't really need to drive around to submit any documents no shipping a remotely servicing of yashin electronic case management and yet based on the indicate 5 million funded list in the amount of in exhibit 17 and called KDG AA start cutting the mix so $29,990,888.27 a hardship assistance it's a had a whole you know that through CJY 6720 that's the other area maybe just a technical amendment it does say 6780 but it should say CJY 6720 for a behas on you because ya get shot the media 1000 yet because a bit that hanky the net kite or was hanky to a quadrat or you electricity that she kit at the street that whatever it actually quadrat and the whole the nan diniki baby and not a gift that the ship kite or was not stopping in yeshin archer based on the kitchen art in the archer hardship so I can take on this thought at nappy kite or was a key that a call with excellent and within this legislation OMP journal and but not so the car and go a dig up a lance link down to the space bounce and lance link the president EJ Kai lag eight adults like Kai Kodo Latin Tikat ad in the exhibit 2 to 7 18 the shin or 17 Niki a budget that Hakishin Kodo Chokotas do list the ad shin have height ashin Kodona so skill kitten than de dole adult adonai nice Kai Kodona OMP office working with the office controller the shin ekoto ya linki ekoto the ngenda is ne do ba ta hol ya di shi but you could na to le ko pursuant everywhere all of these so ishin or skin to ni ko shi based on the ya linki shi but you could na ko AD ba ta hosnes to the allowable and disallowable costs the shi that haki be shon ya ishin be ko based on linki big but in Kate Nation and Nothing a cocoa funding agreement will be developed by the Office of the Controller pursuant to a funding agreement recommended by the Office of the Controller. During the subrecipient no the Yahanats to audit these issues that though Latin face of Chidas indicate Nal Kahaki Tashincho Ebits and Hat Nikito hit out of the lake Yan Dinigito Archo is Lako now yes Lako Jota Niniki ship and now because a lot of these funders are going through the programs down Naihu and Dikoton chapters Dinigi at Arden Halene Dan Hitcho, State of Hanena Lekoton hit Napi Bakati, John Kisney, Kosatoy, Yaki, at the Arden, but the hot aim to quite a deep budget Kihat and Yasman, and Shiniki Dokoto, and Hita Nani, and on the Steve Khan, she is linked on the door. Dig at National Flag, a budget finance, other Nabi committee, other Navajo Nation Council, with our Shibich and Williard or this. So I got a lesson and I understand again. I don't know if I exhausted all my time. If not, I could give a few minutes or time to with my agent. Then we'll stand for questions or comment on this particular legislation. So Vice Chair, heads committee members, all Bana Inch Kanto, Bana all me. Ko di ka ya di dengi khada ne not on his aunt and not te lakko ko hajashi be shi sa aunt ni lindo tan ki ashin te to e kwa ki hajot at di nito naspe di niton la in hitnen dengi shit on ni sato be kha di wasiki ashman so edi banan ki kanto listo bana in chicago decision so with that committee members like I said if there's a timing I'd like to give a few minutes to the agents that identified other question comments directly for any of the exhibits. I'm hoping that a lot of the programs or the executive directors of the Gishin that's up at so with that, Chairman, Pro Tem Chair.
Hey, thank you, Honorable Gay. I don't know if you have close to 10 minutes left, so I don't know who else you want to comment on that as far as the agents are concerned.
Yes, careful. Come on, speak it later.
Good morning, Pro Tem Chair and members of the committee. This is Leonard Sosi with Office of the President and Vice President. I'll be helping Delegate Begay in answering questions. I believe he's done a good job in doing an overview of the legislation. So I really don't have much to add, Mr. Vice Chair or Mr. Pro Tem Chair and members of the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Leonard. Anybody else?
Members of the committee, this is Rose Graham with the Navajo Nation Scholarship Office. Thank you for your consideration of this legislation. Ado na alkat eya nechit sas ado our students in undergraduate
Could I get your name for the record?
Hi.
Could I get your name for the record, please?
Rose Graham with the Navajo Nation Scholarship Office.
Thank you very much.
Oh. So, aya ati nahoti opesnahaza. So, they have severely been impacted, and a lot of those are not addressed to this day. So the emergency financial relief will go a long ways for our college students. And I ask for your favorable consideration of this legislation. Ahiahat.
Committee members, any questions?
Sile, this is Delegate Daniel So.
Go ahead, Honorable So.
Sheila, Chair Pro Tem, Auto Health, Education, Human Services Committee members, Auto Sache, Honorable Delegate T. Allen Begay Jr. Basically have a question, maybe several. I'll be shooting all over this questions throughout the exhibit you presented. But the main thing I want to, there's a word that you use that's very familiar to the Eastern region. And in years past, it was the Arizona side. We used to hear Chushka, but you use a call. And I appreciate that. So some of the Eastern language is starting to pervade over the Arizona language. Yeah. Basically, we know that RDC basically put before the NABI committee legislation 0197-20. It's not okay. Oh, la e. Ajo atawalni. E kwagi e plato. Antiske. So khalit e kwagi benai skidoli. That'll be one. The other part is to Staff Assistant Leonard Sosi. We know that the prior appropriations, a lot of the money haven't been spent, and that's what causes this amount. What assurance can the Office of the President and the Vice President give to the HES Committee that there would be the identification of account numbers and business units in a timely manner so that these funds can be used? So that's question number 2. The other is there are on the funds to be appropriated to the Navajo Nation Shopping Center. Within that, there is a budget line item calling for updating the signage at each of the shopping centers. And again, in prior legislations, the question went to OOC, is that an appropriate use of the CARES Act money? And at the time, the answer was no. And I'm wondering why it's still being included. Updating signage does in no way affect the aspects of reducing or mitigating and the recovery of the pandemic. It appears that it's just a regular cost of doing business. And I question that. So that would the other aspect, and then the other aspect is this: the Division of Social Services has maintained that they've got adequate case management system as they've taken on through the Office of Self-Reliance, and they've taken on the education incentive funds. And now there's new budget amounts that basically wants to buy more case management equipment. And I have a concern on that. The other is, are any of these funds going to be used to address the aspects of the increased assaults, the increased domestic violence? Those are reported in numbers, but the immeasurable parts, the spiritual health, the behavioral health, the mental health, this legislation appears to not be addressing those aspects. And there was a big highlight by Mr. Derek Franklin regarding the an item that occurred in Tuba City that just amplifies the need that we need to address the spiritual, mental, and behavioral health of the nation. Really needs to be addressed, and I don't see that particular aspect being covered within the monies that are going to be appropriated through this legislation. So that would be my question. Chair Pro Tem, Loishache Ki Alan Begay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee, before I give it back to Honorable T. Alan Begay, is there any other questions from the committee members? If not, Honorable T. Alan Begay, can you respond to some concerns and questions? I think it's all coming from our chair, Honorable So.
That is not the Protect Chair, other committee members, other Sheikh Delegate Daniel So, and I think Kitiki Aden Koko Nizadiki Kote Chita Ini Adbeyata Kitna. It is not change the Shnakuda. Aden can not change. Has J. Let's check. But it'll have to cheat it as check. RDC, I mean 019720, 19720. DO, I mean, Jo A Kodo Kodon committee. One of our colleagues, his brother petitioner, Delegate Freeland. Jo A address got A that's going directly to the chapters. Give out go A legislation. Il was a start. A coco. Jo address. Jo A pan yasil to ising tomorrow. It's going to go before Nabi. A coco. Jo A the one thing that you know that the controller continue to say is that the chapters needs to be identified as a subrecipient. No, you have not. But that's directly going to the chapters. But nonetheless,
Council approving and adopting Navajo Nation CARES Fund Chapter Distribution Expenditure Plan.
Akoko ishin aju
the formula for COVID-19.
ishin aju akudosh nan ano senigi che hasta do ada ni ska hit no che da ni kishi jo shi ban sin keso den but what in the jo kudo on speak ni ko ko ado to kudo hinan ala de the category ado ba office shi jo yan tnan case with Australia 88 kudo based on that an che na hin de ki kudo repatch ni na hadi ya ki dat atida or hada di na ki dat to some areas I believe Navajo shopping center still on the line out of the case management system the Ninikito the assurance by OPVP identifying the ID number and business unit the Ninigisa check to issue Kodora Adam Yenat on feature Hado and I believe that if the controller or ONB are on the line, they can further also talk about or express their concern about the limited staffing and the managing of the CARES funding within her shop. Because, I mean, you know that we're going through the budget as well at the same time, and the closeout, and then the new fiscal year is going to be kicking in, but at the same time, they have to manage the 700 million CARES funding. I don't know, Shinalim, Kurt, if you're on the line, Chairman, if you could be able to give her some time as well. If not, my agent, Protect Chair. Agent?
Thank you, Honorable Gay. Is there anybody from the shopping center or any other agents that want to comment on questions by Honorable So?
Navajo Nation shopping centers would like to respond.
Go ahead. Your name?
Nick Taylor, CEO of Navajo Nation Shopping Centers.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. So, in responding to your question about updating signage, I'll start with talking about shopping centers and who we are. Shopping centers manages 10 properties across the Navajo Nation, 6 in Arizona, 4 in New Mexico. Properties we don't manage are Chinle, Ganado Burnside, and Sanders. Chinle is managed by DCI, and the other 2 are managed by DED, Division of Economic Development. And with the signage, what we're doing is we want to assist the Navajo Nation leadership and the Navajo Nation Department of Health with getting messages out to the mass public, the mass audience. Right now, the Navajo Nation doesn't have good communication with the general public or tourists and visitors coming through the nation about the status of our public health emergencies. So what we want to do is put up new electronic signs on our buildings. That way, people that come to the shopping centers will be able to read new notices about our health emergency orders. And for example, Tuba City, we get a lot of visitors coming to that area. Same thing with Kayenta and Shiprock. A lot of tourists that come through our nation don't know the requirements that we have and that they should be following. So same thing with general public coming off the nation or coming onto the nation. They need to be kept aware of what's happening with the current laws and regulations. Not only that, we also need to help the Navajo Nation Health Operations Command Center and share information about the Navajo Nation Recovery Plan. The recovery plan is based upon a color code system. And right now, we're currently in orange status. But a lot of Navajo Nation citizens and businesses aren't aware of that. And we need to keep them appraised and in the know of what's going on. So those are the reasons why we're requesting signage, and it's just to help get information out about the public health emergency orders and the laws and regulations about being in the Navajo Nation. And it's all for the safety of our customers, our tenants, the tourists, and visitors.
Pro Tem Chair and members of the committee, this is Leonard Sosi with Office of the President and Vice President. To help in answering some of the questions that Chairman So raised. Regarding the legislation 0197, sponsored by Delegate Freeland, if you look at that one, I think it uses up $175 million as appropriation on a 50-50 formula to the 110 Navajo chapters. It is true that if that is passed and signed, that will use up all the remaining CARES money and will leave none for this legislation. But if that one doesn't go through and this one survives, then this one will use 176 million, around there. And so that in that sense, the two are not compatible because they do attempt to try to use up all the remaining CARES money. One way to make them work together is with this legislation, the direct assistance or to residents out there at the chapter level. And there has to be a partnership between the Navajo Nation central government and the chapters to have the chapters have input into maybe an advising Window Rock government, central government, on how to distribute this to the people out there. Some of the people are already requesting assistance, like what I've seen with the housing, with the Bennett Freeze area. But I think this is where there could be a partnership between this legislation, the intention of this legislation, and the chapters. And we're going to need it because the chapters do know their people out there, and we will need their assistance. So in that sense, we could try to have a partnership with the intention of Delegate Freeland. I did email Mr. Freeland, and he did say that he was doing his own separate legislation. So we could reach out to him again and try to figure out a way to form a more partnership-oriented legislation. On the insurance, I was listening to the BNF discussion yesterday, the controller giving a report, and I think they were saying that 0.9% of the CARES fund has been expended. There have some that have been encumbered. I think at the moment, for myself, I have not been involved in keeping an eye on the expenditures. Others, we leave that kind of to the division directors, the Office of the Controllers, and OMB. But I think more and more we have to pay attention, including the committees of the Navajo Nation Council, on these expenditures, and almost a weekly or bi-weekly log discussion on how these monies are going forth. Based on the discussion yesterday, it sounds like a lot of the CARES fund expenditures have been given business unit numbers. And so those are happening, but in terms of the expenditures, they're still not there. They're only at 0.9%. And so what the President's office can do is provide more attention to each expenditure and working with the recipients of the CARES fund for the expenditures to make sure that these are going through and to make sure that there are no holdups. On the discussion about the social service, I believe they're online. I think they can provide a better answer and a more adequate answer to Chairman So's questions. And so on the question of domestic violence, it is true that this legislation does not have funds in there to address domestic violence. And I think we leave it to the leadership, the Navajo leadership, to figure out a way to do so. But there is the regular budgets that does so. And I believe in the BNF committee discussion, some of the monies have been supplemented to the Office of the Prosecutor to help out the prosecution. The other one, and the only one that's similar to this, is to try to help out the elders and also the others, the students, in having to address the mental effect of the pandemic on this. In the last CARES legislation, monies were given to Department of Health, and the Department of Health is having discussions on doing the traditional guidance and also the faith-based guidance, and then the Zebe that goes to the spiritual and addressing the spiritual and the mental well-being of Navajo persons that are needing assistance. But in terms of domestic violence, there is none in this legislation to address that matter. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sosi. Committee members, any other questions?
Pro Tem Chair, this is Delegate So. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. Delegate Kialan Begay for bringing this legislation to the table, and I Sebastian Sandy Benachnik a rod me the Nabikadi was I used to be legislation by Yeltje. And one of the I want to thank you first again because this legislation I'm co-sponsoring too because I understand the needs. And then when you go out into the community, you get a thorough response, you get a thorough understanding of what the needs are. And Pro Tem Chair, my colleagues, I don't have a question at this point, but what I would like to do is entertain an amendment to this legislation. So with my amendment, I would like for the legislation 0209-20, the elderly and developmental disability hardship assistance expenditure plan purpose, 1. And the second line in the first paragraph should read, expenditure plan is to allow for the use of $10 million instead of $15 million. And on the budget form 2 and the budget form 4, it needs to be amended to reflect $10 million and 25,000 elderly and developmental disabled individuals to receive a one-time hardship assistance of $400 each. And this amendment comes to the attention that we had to relook at the structures and the available assistance. The sponsor, Delegate Begay, and my colleagues, if we can have this discussion, and if we need more thorough explanation, I am asking that somebody, a representative from the Division of Social Services, can elaborate on this amendment as well, so that the thorough understanding can be brought to the HESI committee members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Pro Tem, can she repeat the amendment or send a written amendment through the email?
Go ahead, also, can you repeat that amendment?
Yes. So in the category of the elderly and developmental disability hardship assistance expenditure plan, the purpose and second line in the first paragraph should read, expenditure plan is to allow for the use of $10 million. Scratch out $15 million. Budget Form 2, Budget Form 4 needs to be amended to reflect $10 million and 25,000 elderly and developmental disabled individuals to receive a one-time hardship assistance of $400 each. And I'm going to send that right now to Ms. Martinez.
Okay, so, Honorable So, is that a motion?
Yes, it is.
Committee members, there's a motion for an amendment. Do I hear a second? Going once,
Second, Delegate Daniel So.
second by, Honorable, Chairman So. Beverly, do you have an amendment?
Part of it, but I need the written amendment so I won't miss the language. Mr. Pro Tem.
Okay, Pro Tem, I just now sent it, so just Ms. Martinez, if you can give confirmation when you do receive it.
Okay, I received it now.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Martinez, you have an amendment, huh?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay, can you go ahead and read it? Beverly, are you there?
I'm sorry, I was on mute.
Oh, okay.
The Elderly and Developmental Disability Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan 1 purpose. Second line in the first paragraph should read, expenditure plan is to allow for the use of overstrike $15 million _$10 million of budget form 2 and budget form 4 needs to be amended to reflect $10 million and 25,000 elderly and developmental disabled individuals to receive a one-time hardship assistance of $400 each. That's the amendment which was sent. Mr. Pro Tem.
Okay, there's a motion for that amendment by Honorable Charlene So and seconded by our Honorable Chairman Daniel So. Is there any questions or comments on that amendment from committee members? Or
I have a question.
yes?
Hello now.
Okay, go ahead, Honorable Alona.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Or is it morning still? Anyway, I was checking to see on this amendment that was made for $400, you said? How are you going to derive that amount? Which families receive that? Is there a threshold as far as the wages and incomes? Or are you just going to present that to everybody? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Alona. Honorable Charlene So, like to respond to that?
Mr. Chair, I would like to refer this to a representative of Social Division of Social Services. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody online from the Division of Social Service?
Mr. Pro Temp Chair, my name is Rosalind Day. I'm with the Navajo Division of Social Services. With respect to the proposed amendment, it's a technical amendment. The amendment is being made to the expenditure plan at Exhibit 9. So that proposal, that is a one-time financial hardship assistance to serve 25,000 elderlies over 60 years old and individuals with developmental disability with $400 each to purchase PPEs, pay for past due bills, rent, isolation expenses, and other financial burden caused by the COVID-19. The status of the developmental disability will be determined by enrollment in the Social Security Disability Insurance Program or verification by the Navajo Developmental Disability Program. In preparation, the division developed a hardship assistance guidelines to roll out this project immediately. So there is no income based. This is not a need based. The need already exists. The hardship caused by COVID-19.
Self-attest.
And individuals will self-attest on the application. Thank you, Mr. Pro Temp Chair.
Thank you, Ms. O, for the response or engage. Okay, members, any other questions? Or sponsors?
Question, Delegate Begay?
Okay, go ahead, Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair, Presenters, Honorable Delegate Kiel and Begay. Auto amendment in the Delegate Charlene. So, I've heard Anita, I should say, during his presentation that Ako DO Cares Act ba nche kolia ye na ban dit on na has passport he da he nan jo cha na lo to quit the na has passport he ne trying to agree on certain things it or actually Australia for not the legislation Anstey Australia. I get a den hole Jishani. Ado Pedai, Nessa Ado now harder hit so. Isn't it the Belale on some Bansas kit? We spend so much time amending and deleting, and the more we do that, it's getting closer to the deadline. Of course, we will address these certain issues by the Hadoljishi. But he got one so this Kazigate ego. That on it, Angi. Oh, I'll be long level. I don't hear the session. In some Bansas case, it's just my thought. The urgency to meet the deadline should be within us all. I don't have one case or less. Because eventually it's going to open the doors for more discussions and adobenahi so but not the cost. Quite a day at Oyo Shaslanka. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. Appreciate your comment. It's related to the amendment. Again, we're starting to make amendments and it's going to continue. And
Pro Tem Chair?
Go ahead.
If I can respond to that comment, yes, I understand, we've made these comments and amendments, but let me just clarify that it is the program's request for this amendment. I'm supporting it, and of course, the division knows what the budgets and allocations are far better. They understand the allocation and the program budgets far better than we do. And same thing, same scenario. It goes both ways. Even when we comment, we're wasting time while we could easily call for the vote, and we're wasting time when we make these amendments. But how I like to consider it and think of it is that, it's a positive outlook. The reason why there's a reason why these legislations are halted. It's so that these legislations can be perfected and somewhat chiseled to the needs of the community. Ako atski khatnenigi e a ani hot wa ajo podonifiki e benachim bansis kes akodi e beniya. I understand, and yes, we really need to get a move on. Of course, thank you for that comment.
Thank you for your response, Honorable So. As I was saying, that need to Honorable Paul Begay has she took out on this case, and I'm a little bit concerned. And I know I was thinking, if we just support this legislation as is, seems like if all of us delegates just come to a consensus, I think it's going to be the process is going to be a lot faster. If we look at both legislation, what Mr. Honorable Freeland is sponsoring, I got a feeling if that goes, there's just going to be vetoes on that, and then we're going to end up starting over again. So I think based on what the council did with 400 plus million, we should look at this as a compromise. Just let this go through as is. It is yes, but I also at the same time agree with Honorable Charlene So, because based on what our Honorable Chairman So mentioned in reference to our spiritual and mental well-being, there's one area that's a concern of mine. There was Joseph Morton, Almer Begay, and Gloria Hale was sponsoring a request for $659,200 to address the trauma counseling for those that went through the process as far as parents and young people as getting tested positive. So there's no question that I think it affected a lot of young people as far as their mental well-being. And I just wonder why that's not being addressed as directly related. So as far as from the education department, maybe as far as Derek Franklin or one of the DOE staff can address that. I know it was also put in as an unmet need, and if that could be put as an expenditure in one of the budgets, I would really appreciate it. I'm not going to make an amendment, but I'm just making a request. So with that, is there any other question on the amendment?
Pro Tem Chair, Delegate Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay, go ahead.
The other concern I have, so about this case, is do we have a specific number of the recipient? The there just seems to be a round figure of based on case. If there is a figure, just a round figure, I don't think based on these nothing between $100 national song. Over this case. So I'm thinking, I'm hoping that there's a specific number that we're talking about when we say that we will give these $400 to these recipients. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. I don't know if there's a response.
And then I can have someone from Division of Social Services clarify that. But at the end of the amendment, I do state 25,000 elderly and disabled constituents.
Okay, I think Honorable Paul Begay is who does that consist of as far as the 25,000, and his concern is it's our adults that are needed. How do we know that money is going to cover everybody that's in that situation? So is there anybody from social service?
Chair Pro Temp, this is Rosalind Begay. We have been diligently working with various departments and entities. There are less than 25,000 elderly people and disabled people on the Navajo Nation. And we are collecting data as we speak. We are working with the Arizona Developmental Disability Program from DES. There are other, our division serve about 200 developmental disabled individuals by our developmental disability program. And that program is also reaching out to other providers on Navajo Nation. So we are including those individuals. We are reaching out to our staff are reaching out to the New Mexico and Utah developmental disability providers. So we believe that we will reach as many as eligible individuals. We are using the age 60 as a threshold consistent with the Older Americans Act. That federal program serves individuals from 60 years old on up. Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Temp.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gay. With that, committee members, this is for the amendment. Any other questions on the amendment? If not, I will call for the vote. Go ahead.
This is Delegate Slater. No, my request is just to have a second reading or final reading of the amendment.
Oh, okay. Beverly, can we have the final reading?
Amendment 1, page 5 of 11, line 28, line 29, line 30. The body of the legislation, the Elderly and Developmental Disability Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan 1 purpose, second line in the first paragraph should read, expenditure plan is to allow for the use of overstrike $15 million underscore $10 million of budget form 2, and budget form needs to be amended to reflect 10 million and 25,000 elderly and developmental disability individuals to receive a one-time hardship assistance of $400. Mr. Pro Tem and Vice Chair, committee member, second reading.
Waiting for that.
I'll let them know.
Thank you, Beverly. Committee members, any questions? Go ahead and call for the vote. Leonard.
For the amendment, Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
This is for the amendment?
Yes, sir. Vote for Amendment 1.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes red. Honorable Pernell Valona.
So I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Valona votes green. Honorable Charlene Stone.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene Stone votes green. Honorable Daniel E. So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel E. So votes green. Pro Temp Chair, we have a vote of 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay, thank you. Any other question on the motion 0209-20?
Mr. Delegate Slater.
Honorable Slater, go ahead.
Thank you. Who do we have from Ledge Council on the line?
Say again, sir?
Hi, this is Dana.
Good morning and almost afternoon, Dana. I just want to know if you had received the email with the attachment for the proposed language that would help clarify and reduce the burdens for artisans and small business owners.
Just a second. I have to apologize. I'm on 2 different calls at the moment. Let me check to see. Who would that have been from? Is that from Mr. Watchman? Because I don't have an email.
It's from my self-forwarding attachment. So it'd be from me.
Okay, let's see. Stuff may have gotten caught up in my.
Okay. Well, no problem. I can proceed to asking questions now if you want to take time to review that.
Oh, I'm doing that.
Okay, go ahead, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate all of the participants in the call and the presentation. I just want to echo the concerns for the record that Chair So brought up, and that is really the expenditure of the funding. It's deeply concerning that I think in that last report, what was it, about $4.9 million out of 714 had been spent. I think 9.25 was encumbered. One line item, and then a $3.5 million, and that was for essential supplies, and then $3.5 million was encumbered for the bathroom additions. So, at this point, if whatever package we pass, say by some miracle we get something passed, next week maybe, based off of the timeline that we've seen, I don't think that the majority of these funds from this appropriation will be able to be spent down. And that comes from developing the budget documents to having the programs execute appropriate agreements with other subrecipients. And I think that we need to come to a consensus as a council on whatever this final package is going to be. And we have these 3 different proposals right now, but my request to the sponsors are, could you describe some sort of compromise wherein there is funding for the chapters, there is funding for hardship assistance for all of our people, not just targeted communities or people who have certain traits or characteristics, but there's a broader, more equitable relief with the programs here. And has that been considered by the sponsors? And if it hasn't, then my request is to think through what sort of compromises could be made as we head into NABI and full council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Honorable Key Alamagay, do you have a response in that respect? It seems like there's some funding that was already allocated for funding this legislation with the prior legislation that we approved. Honorable Brigade.
Yeah. Put it chair. Other committee members of Senate, other Kuroshna Ash. Naiden Kidigi, Delegate Slater. Ani, Kudo, Yad Digi, Chida Itagi. And then, I don't know, Chairman, Vice Chair, if you could have the controller get online and provide the status or the reason why of slowness. If not, we can ask for that particular report from the controller at the NABI meeting. But to compromise the Niniki legislation, there are several programs, mainly students, the elderly. But it goes back when you say compromise, the Niniki. Should I go back to the chapter and ask them and tell them that these funding has to be COVID related and COVID reason. Ik at a horse, eto ko aki ik at the cosensa. National hipets ato to a digi with ego. It based on that. Just to know some of my community members because I have 1 inch Kate Noya. I mean, how do we distinguish to say that while you've been asking for fund, I mean, housing laden, but how do we justify? So, in that nature, the housing, just a question, I guess the compromise would come in at the end, maybe if you read that of hardship assisted, the 39 million, maybe that's the area. And to me, I think there's no specific group being mentioned in that area. The hardship assisted expenditure plan, the 29 million. But how much is the nanny agit I see even cook in the asset the so it's 80 task cook the bonnet zada if for sure according to Ecuador Facebook specifically the Tadash the joke 80 budget and then you to high na quite not quite been let's say for example, even if you divide that 29 million by $400, I mean we could only serve 74,000 Navajo people. But the higher we put up, I mean the amount, I mean the lesser that we'll be helping our Navajo, the general Navajo people. The other area that I could recommend, I'm not again, I just want to start having more of an amendment process, but I think you see the negative auto electricity. Aside from housing, stay at home, no, even right now, more people are staying home. Basically, all the person's going to do is pick up the check. If they get help, all they're going to do is turn around and pay the light bill again. I mean, why can't we go directly to NTUA? That's what I've been making recommendation to RDC. Okay, obviously they're going to send it over to the NTUA or septic or something. Based on the president. And then of course the Hamis the continental provide the electricity. The need electricity to go based on nine data dollars. So issue that easy to make in the if we further want to make modification, when you say compromise, the mitigation should not us. So I would recommend to talk directly with the agents and the programs to see to other share the sponsoring on at the same time, but not in capacity need, but how you going to support to get the support to aid in solution and no committee members no response only clinical age economic in the copen great I see also community as a go on data so I mean shout out need to a up Jahoni action a or at the head of accommodate 39 million or 29 million per card if he's a member if he does same bag with the she either here it's not at the budget finance it's not at now but out of the she talk could those job is getting the social the quite yeah eight net I got it could actually the car year ship on that example so it is up to bench not people as later.
Okay, thank you, Honorable McKay. Honorable Slater, is that suffice your concerns, questions?
I guess the first round, yeah, but I have several other questions. And may I proceed, Chair Pro Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. For the telecommunication plan, can you express what it will accomplish? I think a discussion that we keep coming back to is we're potentially providing funding to for-profit entities in order to increase coverage and capacity on the nation, but we need commitments about what sort of capacity and coverage will occur if the funding is provided. And I was looking at the Verizon one. It looks like we're providing internet coverage at chapters that presumably already have them if there's 110 that are listed in that proposal. So what I want to know is, what is this going to accomplish with the funding set aside under the telecommunications plan? And what sort of commitment can be made to myself and the Navajo people about what their expectations should be from that funding? Delegate Crotty has said, and you have said, right, that we need a plan for full coverage on the nation. And it's because of your tireless efforts that we even have these discussions happening. So with your expertise, can you express to the committee and to our people listening on the line what the expectation should be for that, what is it, 18 million or so for telecommunications?
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Honorable McKay.
Chairman?
Go ahead.
Okay. Could 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 has anko. Project telecommunication key. Well, it's probably just going to make a little dent into the need of our infrastructure on the Navajo Nation. A couple, the first one, Nikki, based on the funding, but that one directly went to NTUA. It's basically, if you look through their proposal, there's about 4 to 5 new construction. But the other one, Nikki, the rest of that funding, the way they've stating it is speak of existing towers, Nikki, post wireless. We're just going to upgrade the current existing
Chair, is Delegate Begay still on the line?
Go ahead, Delegate Begay. Hello.
Perhaps he's underscoring the point of such poor coverage on the Navajo Nation right now.
Honorable G. Ellen, are you still there?
Chairman, I got picked off. I just called back in.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Now I think though, I just lost my train of thought responding to your telecommunication. Into A, they're just expanding or upgrading their existing towers. So, but I've made the argument why only increasing your current existing towers. Legal, Sahod. I always say in Spahos and Sherry Low Mountain, for my 5 chapters, that we don't have cell towers in there. I always say that we get cut off from the world once we get into the community of Low Mountain because they don't have a tower. So, prioritize now. The key thing, the way how this particular budget regarding the broadband, the very first one, Nikki, the investment for Verizon, I believe that they are online. The reason that they decided to go in that fashion, Nikki, the other thing that we encounter in several factors, towers established now, and we know that right away is a lengthy process, and we even try to minimize that. Could you already see? Because we have to deal with these consent from our community members. Serving land withdrawal, leasing this particular area to the company. So that's the lengthy process that they take. So you just mentioned a word earlier, a miracle. I mean, should we have a miracle that if all these are established with overstepping these policies, I'm sure we can do a lot. But what's aimed at? Because these companies they still, even though we allow them to come in, but they still have to comply. We're working with the FCC physical odds, they have to comply on how they do their work, because there's certain space that they have to be dealing with, and then also with connections with like roaming agreements that the shipping between like Verizon, the main investment there. Recommendation is that deal all unlasted or like this. I'm not sure, but I really don't want to get in detail about it. But delayed, I don't capture house, and delayed, I don't care house. Or couldn't add or dig a basic accessibility even now at all chapters that don't have internet or broadband service. So there's no need to deal with establishing towers, but more utilizing these existing chapter tracks at the chapter house. But I'll allow the Verizon or the investment to further elaborate on that particular area. Now, the education, the technology, the broadband, just like here, in order for us to get things done, we got to have staff at the, for example, legislative office in the Tom Patero shop. I mean, even our committee members. I mean, we have to have staff in order to get things done. They do the connection with other programs. Telecommunications. Electricity towers in that there needs to be a centralized area to monitor, to be managed. There's a lot of O&M associated with these towers and all these internet services. So education, primary education, programs that initiate set up first responder again, this is not a guarantee that everywhere they go that they're going to be able to have access to the internet. These first responder, public safety, in vehicle internet connection. So again, these infrastructures have to be established across the Navajo Nation. A lot of times we may be listening in, but to certain locations we get cut off or we lose signals. So those are some dead zones that they need black areas. So those are the areas I believe that some of our police officers may continue to encounter. But that's the reason why we really want to continue to span out and cover the 27,000 square mile of the Navajo Reservation. So technology, but this continues to talk about other areas, the state level and the federal level. You know that nothing based on so the legislation people the telecommunications but there's all different factors. I mean, we're talking about separate sections for the public safety, the separate section for the maybe the IHS will implement, and then even right now. A lot of our Navajo students are having the hardest time getting on the internet. And a lot of them have to drive long ways just to get to the trap house. And just imagine people going back and forth, making sure that their kids are online. But how many of Navajo students are losing interest in education right now because they don't have an effective, because hotspot from some of the local schools. We know that a lot of them don't even work, so a lot of them have to come off of these regular DSL, the landline. Is better than the hotspot, because a lot of these hotspots, they don't have a great connection. So, about that, ego bang sahakisiki that ego kato kati chahanso ajo ego kato propaniki put ego kato it has been that nasi or the such put up chair. I don't know if others are wanting to provide additional statement or comment to the delegate Slater's question.
Okay, thank you, Honorable T.L. McGee. Is there anybody else that want to respond to the questions?
Again, this is Leonard, associate with Office of the President and Vice President. My understanding, thank you, Pro Tem Chair. My understanding of this effort is it will provide a 2-year internet coverage at the 110 chapters. And at the moment, as described by Delegate Freeland, the chapters under the current conditions are running out of bandwidth. And so this will, the Verizon, the net investment effort will supplement the increased bandwidth so that not only the chapters, but also people using it at the chapter locations will be able to enjoy internet access, and students and others in using it. And it'll be for, I believe it was for 2 years to try to do this. And as described by Christopher Vicente, I don't know if he's on the line, but he had indicated that Verizon has the capacity to do this, and they have the wherewithal. They're a big company, and they could come in, and as soon as this is approved, they'll be able to set this up in cooperation with Navajo Nation and 110 chapters. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you, Leonard. Any other response? If not, Honorable Slater, is that sufficient, or do you have any other questions?
I appreciate the response. I think it seems like every time we talk about telecommunications, we have the same conversation. You know, we're requesting X amount of money. We acknowledge that it's not going to do everything or even necessarily change the system or move things forward holistically. It's only for a temporary timeline and maybe, you know, a modest effort. And we have an obligation to our citizens to reach them where they are right now. But I think we need to start having like serious expectations and the whole plan set in place. I know that a few weeks ago we were told that in the next week or the week after there would be that sort of finalized set of recommendations, I think, from Magellan advisors on how to move the nation forward. But I don't have any delusions on, you know, what sort of increases in capacity or coverage may happen with this funding, either from NTUA or from any other entity. I don't know how to express it.
I need it.
The need is so great, and the issue is so great that, you know, can someone please mute their phone? Incredibly distracting. Okay, but moving on from telecommunications. So I want to ask the controller, if she's on the line, and the sponsor, have all of these expenditure plans been reviewed by the controller for compliance and consistency with the Treasury guidelines and the CARES Act? I'm seeing some things and still hearing discussions, I mean, even from the sponsor, about activities that are clearly prohibited, like revenue replacement to an entity owned by the nation, which would be NTUA. So, you know, that needs to either be clarified. And then I was looking at the nation's gas proposal, and there it looked like they were looking for some sort of subsidy potentially for propane distribution to existing customers. And I think, again, it has to be something where individuals elect to use that money for that need. The nation can't come in and directly just pay for people's bills with an entity. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Is there anybody from the controller's office? Ms. Quirk?
Good morning, good afternoon. This is the controller. Okay, can I proceed then, Ashbira?
Go ahead.
Okay, I've been on the line for about almost an hour, so I've kind of heard some of the discussion regarding some of these, whether we've looked at it. Our office did look at the legislation and so forth. A lot of times when these things go through, we don't have a lot of information, so unless some of the divisions and so forth, they come to us and they tell us specifics. I know Water Resources, they've done that with the last legislation. So it's really helpful if we get as much information as possible, because sometimes when it comes to, even after all the approvals have gone through, certain people, entities, they still have the expectation that when something is unallowable and we find out at that point in time, they still expect to be paid, which which is not good, because the legislation says you must comply with CARES, and then all our agreements says the same thing, and so forth. So the more information, the better for us to assess. In some cases, we can even provide some recommendations on how to do things. So we did take a look at this legislation. Generally, certain things, I think Chair So earlier asked about shopping center. There were some stuff in the initial request, but this one they're asking about improvements, which would be allowable. The only thing we would point out is they are for profit and they will be subject to Single Audit Act, so which is really rare with a for-profit entity. So that's my comments on some of those. And generally, just looking at some of this stuff, going by the information, the biggest consideration for all of these is it's mid-September, and a lot of questions would be around the execution of these, if they're projects and how they're implemented. So as everybody knows, December 30th. So a lot of these, whether they are executable or not, is a consideration. The other thing is, we were just talking about Verizon. In looking at their information, it looks like there's requests for beyond what we call the covered period, which is December 30th. I think it contemplates prepaying beyond December 30th, so that is unallowable. And then some of the other considerations would be we would need documentation on how certain things are COVID-19 related. It's just tying the two, so those are some of the things we recommend making that connection to the pandemic and COVID-19 related. And then some of the other stuff, I mean, I think that in case the management software, some of our questions would be whether they were already being planned, already being budgeted, that type of thing. So all of those are the criteria for CARES. Some of the other questions on, let's say, the assistance program, with any type of assistance program, you have to have the eligibility criteria, some sort of means test and those types of things. So especially in terms of hardship assistance program related, earlier there was discussion on elderly. Those types of considerations can be built into a general hardship assistance program. So like, for example, if you are giving out $1,500 to individuals over 18, but you want individuals over 60 to get an additional $400, those can be all generally built into an application process and so forth. And yesterday's discussion also involved whether minors can get some assistance. I know it's not part of this legislation, but if there's policy consideration where elementary and secondary students, you know, can get, let's say, $500, because right now that's covered under Treasury guidance, that would be presumed for educational purposes, then you can build that into a broad, you know, hardship assistance program. And then at yesterday's discussion at BNF, I did describe that the mechanism that we can use if we have a simple application process, which let's say this application process is connected to like a CIB number database, enrollment database, as well as if it's cross-referencing, you know, your over 60 population, or if they self-certified, those types of things, just checking the box in their application process. These things can be automated because at this juncture, that's what we have to do, that's what we're faced with. So if we're talking about, let's say, 200,000 applications that need to be processed by December 30th, we have to automate these things to the extent we can, because we have to have an audit trail so that we're audit ready for Treasury when they come in. So those are all the consideration into these financial assistance programs. So otherwise, there's no way to do this within the time frame. I mean, we can't sit here and ask for paper applications and such, you know, and expect us to push out all these payments. And so, so essentially going back to the basics on, you know, is it COVID-19 related? Can this be done by December 30th? Is it already budgeted? Is mainly the thing that we always go back with. And then other nuances like shopping centers got to realize they're going to be doing a single audit. And then period of performance, meaning like we can't prepay for things beyond December 30th. And then the assistance programs, they have, you know, we can bill some of these things. In fact, we're already working on the hardship application. So if these things get approved, we just need to build these things in and get it going. So it is a lot of work, and I will say that I do have limited resources right now, and we're running out of time. And so, you know, if we're going to get this money out, we're running out of time. And for me, myself, as the controller, I need resources. Because every time we talk about a subrecipient agreement, like right now in dealing with NTUA, we're talking about 9 subrecipient agreements. Granted that we have a template, but that's essentially 9 projects we have to monitor. We're telling them we need budget information, We need a disbursement schedule, and they have to report every month. I mean, this is grant administration. It takes a lot of work. And all of this is because, and I keep saying, these are federal dollars. We have a lot of compliance issues that we need to deal with. And, you know, we have a lot of work ahead of ourselves. And so the sooner some of these things get, that we find out, the better. So that's what we're seeing from OOC standpoint. So in general, just kind of looking at a high level on what's contemplated in this legislation. Again, in some cases, we need more information, and don't be surprised if the more we find out that something may not be eligible, but sticking to the basics is the way to go. I think the questions would be execution. Can these things get done? You know, so those are consideration. So that's all I just wanted to say. O kodo nihim need. So ado shao agibini nache ado hiya.
Thank you, Ms. Kirk, for responding to the questions. Honorable Slater, does that suffice your concerns?
It addresses them, but that doesn't make me feel any better. In regard to the program, do we have a commitment that there are entities who can deliver all of this housing within the CARES Act timeline?
Is that question to Ms. Kirk?
No, it's the sponsor.
Sponsor, Honorable T. Alvin.
Project Chair, committee members. Obviously, the commitment is to spend the funding as quickly as we could and can, making sure policies are all followed. But I'll guarantee that the funding will be processed through the President's office. But how Kodoni the Somalia community in managing and sending out the payment to these particular programs. So maybe by being asked all those potential recipients of the funding, maybe provide to the council specifically how we are ready in making sure that what these fundings are approved and submitted to the programs, for how they're going to turn around and reaching out to several thousand people. The response even if the Navajo Nation or the program are ready, it's just a matter of the people be able to step up and say that in asking or applying for these funding. That's another area, maybe a general publicity, public notice of we will have a greater response. But again, in issue in Koto, so maybe working under these programs is right under the executive branch. So maybe if my agents could be able to elaborate more on how programs will be prepared in expediting this particular process. Project Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Brigade. Is there any other response?
Again, this is Leonard Sosi with Office of the President.
Okay, go ahead, Leonard.
Thank you. in terms of having these programs be ready, we talked about the telecommunications horizon already. The Division of Social Services is on notice, and they kind of put things together to get going. In the education, they've been absent since the previous CARES Act funding legislation. And so they are, I assume they are ready to go. On the propane, the company from Navajo, New Mexico has put that together and has indicated that he is ready for a single audit and other things, and he is just waiting for a contract with the Navajo Nation to go forth. We heard about the disability and how that would go forth. So the first responder, that is put together in cooperation with Director Delmar and Christopher Pacenti. And so that is ready to go. I think as soon as the funding is occurred, it's just a matter of trying to get the agreements in place so that the payments can be done. With respect to housing, there was a discussion yesterday with Director Yellowman and others in getting ready for the housing and infrastructure development that would happen with respect to, especially to modular units for the former Bennett area. Director Yellowman also has put together a plan to go forth with the solid waste expenditure plan and to do that as soon as possible. So with respect to OMB and the telework, again, with OMB, I think they're ready to accept it. And the Office of the Controller the same way that I think they're ready to accept it and go forth with it. The hardship assistant is something that was set up as a matter of putting it there. And one of the things that the Controller Office has put together too is a portal, and where we can adjust the portal to try to do these assistants as soon as possible. As she indicated just a while ago, this has to be automated to go forth. The scholarships thing, I believe they are ready to go. They've been waiting for the funds too, and as soon as the fund is approved, I believe they will be getting the students to apply for these things. And it's also self-certification, so these students could try to do so as soon as possible. So I hope that further helps to address the concerns and questions. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Slater, anything else?
Yeah, I guess a couple of comments real briefly, and then probably can move on. But I think this is really an exercise in trust. This is making another tremendous request of the CARES Act funding to go to the government, and ultimately we're adding on other programs too that could be accomplished, I think, through the hardship assistance program. And when I say it's an exercise in trust, it's because we appropriated, I think, over $450, $475 million. There are some vetoes, and I think there was a good consensus on how to move the nation forward with the funding that was made available. And we heard that over and over again, that the President, the Speaker, the Chief Justice saying, we agree on 99.9% of the plan, just kind of fine-tuning the details of who would administer what. And in general, the Council gave very broad authority and direction to the executive branch to deliver these services and these goods for our people in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And because, funding that was made available, what was it, back in May, was barely only obligated as of like 5 p.m. on August 31st. I don't see the coordination that has come from the President's office to deliver these services in an efficient manner and make sure that they're expended by December 30th, that the goods and services are delivered by then. There's a few reasons for that. One is the amount of money that's been encumbered and spent to date. The second is that it seems like every time you receive a proposal that's touted by the Office of the President and Vice President, there hasn't been the rigorous vetting that needs to happen with the controller. And so instead of starting from the premise of how do we get everything spent, it's how do we touch up all of these different areas and make sure that we can say that we check the box to assist this constituency or this group. And we should have started, what is the broadest relief for the public health response in terms of, PPEs, the healthcare needs of our people, and then moving into the easiest way to get the money out the door. And I would think that that would be the lesson that we've learned at this point. We've all learned a tremendous amount about how the Navajo Nation responds in crisis, what the limitations are, and I'm looking at I think it was the modular home quote that's in there. It says, surveying, staking, engineering is not included in the quote. I don't know where that funding would come from and who would be responsible for it. But we are tasking programs with delivering, that SHID program, I think they only get like $1 million a year from BIA, right? So now all of a sudden they would have to dramatically increase their service delivery, so like 30-fold, or maybe it'd be 25-fold because Navajo Hopi Land Commission is going to be taking $5 million of that. But I'm not convinced that the capacity exists within the government. And when there's a lack of capacity, we could then lean on the executive administration to say, we'll bring in these resources to supplement it. We've analyzed the situation, and this is what's needed. Instead, it's really just plugging funding into the existing resources without supplementing and doing that capacity building. And I think, not the third point, and definitely not the final one, is that the controller is still shortchanged in this bill. And, we've received with specificity and explanation the needs of the controller. So instead of recognizing that we're tasking that office, or really chief fiscal agent for the nation, with expending almost as much money as our all-in budget, we're shortchanging that office. So we can't expect different results by either applying the same amount of resources or only a very modest increase of resources to our organs of government and expecting, wildly different results. I really think that these are great ideas. But, the reason we're presenting a solid waste expenditure plan again is because of a line item veto, and I'm not sure there's an assurance that it won't be vetoed again here. But I think it'd be great if by NABI we could get the plan from the Division of Community Development submitted. I'm very curious. It's something that all of my chapters have been discussing, is how to deal with these solid waste issues and then see how it's directly related to COVID as well. The other concerning aspect is that, a good chunk of this funding is going to DCD, and I just think it's an entity that appears either overwhelmed or just not moving as efficiently as it could. And I don't see how we're going to get different results by just plugging in more funding and expecting different results. So at this time, I can't vote for this legislation, especially considering the fact that the controller just told us that there's things within it right now that aren't consistent with the guidance, that she hasn't been presented all of the information prior to its introduction so that she can firmly stand behind each of the items in the expenditure plan. And I really think, my colleagues, that we need to consider how do we get the quickest relief to our people and have some humility. If we, right now, it doesn't look good for the Navajo Nation when you're the external funding agency as the federal government or the states. And there's clear allowable expenditures and that we could reformulate, this plan and the other ones to get more money to our people. And I think we really need to give that a serious look as this goes forward. Thank you, Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Committee members, any other questions?
This is Delegate So, Otto So.
Delegate, Honorable Otto So, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem. Out on the Health and Human Service Committee members, I did kwado did Bishmas I did behas ani dato ni toziki. I did sort of raise some issues as it came to law and order, and then I followed it to Budget and Finance Committee, and then I'm making that my mission to follow it at every committee level. And Health and Human Service Committee, Honorable Slater alluded to relating to the amount of monies that we appropriated. And what was very concerning was the controllers reporting on how much we have spent. And that was at BNF. And it's right under 1% of what we have totally appropriated. It's not 1%, 0.9 some percent. And none that the programs based about the heat they're not spending, they're not encumbering, or they're not expending these dollars, and that's my concern. Is that what's going to happen as we continue to give to the programs again? Did the mother government I look at it as the mother government has in this long trench coat, and we're putting monies in every pocket of the mother government, but let it and that at the local level and committee members, how do we hold the division directors responsible for not spending these dollars? What type of mechanism can we put in place for making this purpose? I do support this legislation to a certain extent, but if we continue to not spend these monies, because when you look at this, council puts in a lot of hours on these legislation, especially when it comes from the executive branch. Council, it's council fault and get that knee. And that's what happened from the beginning. And whatever that number comes out to, like for instance, we gave 60 million to Department of Economic Development. They haven't released dollars, but as of the last Budget and Finance Committee, they have issued, I think, 29 checks or something like that. What about the rest? I mean, I believe there's about 80 million in Department of Health, and there's no expenditures. And the deadline is my concern. Is it rational? Is it really rational now to give to the programs? Or should we just start giving out to the Navajo people directly and infusing them? They can buy their own PPE and things like that. Certainly, we appropriated monies to the mother government for PPE, and then there's no order that has been made to my understanding. Again, at the peso hard the shin plastic bag so the peso and the conch at up on shin How do we hold the programs responsible, the executive branch, if they don't spend those dollars? We put our work to it. And maybe we can say, hey, Leonard Sosi, we're going to make you the person that can be responsible if the programs don't spend these dollars by December 31st. Or is it the chief of staff? Because definitely from council, we're doing our work. It's the alcohol. We have programs wanting to spend monies, but I'm afraid the same thing's gonna happen. Hello, thank you very much. Coming November 1st, and what our expenditure rate would be. I don't think there's gonna be much difference on November 1st on expenditures. Alcohol, we have to get the monies out there, and those are just my concerns. And there's 6 members on Health and Human Service. Alcohol, I just want to raise this concern, and yeah, thank you.
Shache, Chair Pro Tem, I had one question I forgot to ask.
Go ahead, Honorable Slater.
I think this is to the sponsor and Ledge Council, but there's a provision for CARES funding, and I wanted to know if it's only for monies made available under that act or all CARES funding, where there'd be the look-back period starting on October 1st for all unencumbered and unspent monies, and they could be plugged into the hardship program. Would that apply to this legislation, or would that not apply to this legislation?
Who's this question? Is this to the controller? Slater?
I think it's the Office of Legislative Counsel.
Okay, thank you. This is Dana, Chief Legislative Counsel, and if you will look at page 8 of the legislation, line 13, it does state that the progress of all Navajo Nation CARES Fund expenditure plans shall be reviewed by the Budget and Finance and Nabikiete committees during the month of October 2020. The funding for any project that has not made enough progress to demonstrate that it will be completed by December 30th, 2020 will be reallocated to the hardship assistance expenditure plan through Nabikiete committee resolution. So that provision is specifically included in this legislation. It was also included in the last legislation, CARES legislation approved by council, and I don't remember the exact number. I apologize. I will find that number for you, but yes, it is included. Thank you.
And it's still October 1st, Dana?
Actually, what it says is that the Budget and Finance and Nabikiete committees will do the review during the month of October 2020. So it doesn't actually say October 1st, but whenever the Budget and Finance and Nabikiete committees do the review during the month of October. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, committee members. Any other questions? If not,
Chair, I have one question. This is Delegate So.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Shayash, I just have one concern. If you can provide a thorough understanding, I know that under the, it was under section 3 for 2 and 7 with the broadband and telecommunications. I saw that with the exhibit that Verizon and another provider had specific quotes, and I know that with the maintenance costs, it said about 11 million and a little over $11 million. Now, my question is, one thing that I'm very concerned is that there are other areas across the Navajo Reservation that have different providers. Now, how does this all play out, Shiaj? Because I have one issue, as we did have a meeting with State Task Force this past weekend, and Ms. Schaefer, the principal of Whitehorse High School, presented to us with a proposal. And with that, their provider is with Interlink Solution out of Farmington, New Mexico. And the quote that they had presented was for 5 years for the maintenance. Again, that's a different provider from what was detailed in the exhibit and in the legislation. So, do I need to make another amendment for the specific allocation? And I just want to make sure, as I have stated, that, as delegates, we need to be very cognizant of the schools and how they're functioning, their needs. And we also need to have communication and that dialogue happening constantly. So, Shiaj, if you can clarify that, I'm sorry if I missed that part, if you had made that clarification before, but if you can make it again, just so that I can have it clarified. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable So. Honorable T. Allen McGay.
Shema, Ado, Shemayas, Kodo, Naidens, Kidiki, regarding the main investment, the Verizon, Yad and Ziniki. I don't know if the Verizon sponsor, individual are on the line to further explain this particular budget, but Shemaya jo exhibiting to choti cho ito betos kan ni da shahid ada but atkiso ati link to atkiso abohne zanit au to asad nas not tinda ba anes na shanda de ko tik at nicht patient check case na listo leki e ko ha ku national ya ha zi ate. Yes, there are other carriers, Sprint, T-Mobile, AT&T, Cell One, and there's many others out there. So the one thing in one particular area, going back, Mayaja, Mr. Slater, Yahatzi, Nidley, back in Oyahi Kayata, we made and passed a resolution, and we've directed AT&T, who was going to be a carrier for FirstNet. But FirstNet, AT&T works with certain companies that does business on Navajo Nation. Through that particular process, you know that we've created, established the task force, cyber team as well. And then at the same time, we established the telecommunication regulatory commissioners. During this time, you know that specifically we've asked AT&T to provide an assessment. This is through a council resolution. At the local level, I've been sending letters to Cellular One because they do services in my 5 chapters, and other Ms. Pearl Lee, Telecommunication Utility Office, and then our Regulatory Commission Office. I kept asking them, and I can share you the memos of what I've sent to them to say that could you provide an assessment on the for me, for my 5 chapters, to certain companies, but through the first net resolution that was overall assessment across the Navajo Nation regarding telecommunication infrastructure. Ecuador need Ecuador that tells me in a way that there's not much interest of some of these companies because we've been asking them to provide how they can help the Navajo Nation, how can they improve the Navajo Nation. In writing, yes, some have verbally made indications. So, you know the in and out about telecommunication. The rural part of the Navajo Nation, which need. And I've always been told we can do business, but the Navajo Nation has to cough up the money. You see? Which is okay. But no what that's specific other quite cohort at the other so the other he cut GG old on the go teaching that but at the hand could the investment or Verizon so hey did up on did in here that the so did on he cut teacher she that so don't need it just out a copy of 80 in that John took I down into AH that the meat so AJ Papani in the take a deep order into a banana in an open latte. Didn't keep it, which economic national this. Then go it at Annie at us, so sheep on net, not your ancient hustle, that's what the nation must. It our sheep on net on it out. A cocoa, but again, 15 million adults in a way, 10 to less than 20 chapters. That's it, but not enough. Now, it goes further. Cell tower yachts and other companies, just like, for example, the prime example, Low Mountain, the COW, Yao, cellular on wheel ads. That's provided by NTUA. Now, all you can condition email the door, Hada, the Hotan, Cellular one, the Haki, and on Nista. Other NTUA, but now, and the all the cellular one, the cell tower, that's so Sam, not a, not Nista, the Snake, a roaming agreement. So they had the after non-stop me out there. So openly for late out to the regulatory commissioners that door the Navajo Nation Land Department at that whoever wants to do business on Navajo, they got to make not a commitment but a mandatory that all cellular service on the Navajo Nation has to be utilized by each one of you. Because when we ask like bashers, we don't ask our customers, hey, they had a bash safely or additional usually adna usually he thought that the North Pacific Spanish. So that ego band so case even gas in it and we don't label or ask people if there's customers of the other gas station. So cellular service should be like that. Even Verizon, that's where you guys should come in and to say that, okay, self-service day, cell phone day, other baby big at the night, then Kitty, Bahanasi, or the sea, Coco, Joan Sin has a better discussion mark, Cododo, Nasa, hit out, Codo, other Heda, easy, which I put nest of Nico, oh, Bunny, Jacob, at Heda, yet, that's the other question, but the one nest not is whoever, maybe Cellular One, maybe AT&T, maybe T-Mobile. Actually, at that age, are they really willing to do business on Navajo? So that's the question. So they actually got
Okay, thank you, Honorable Gallagher. Honorable Charlie, so is that answer your question?
Yes, it does, Chair. Thank you, Shiaj.
Okay, committee members, any other questions?
Chair, I would like to offer an amendment, and it is the one that I texted out to the committee, and I asked the Office of Legislative Counsel to email it out because I'm having email issues.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. The amendment is in regard to the business relief program, and we've received feedback that the existing protocols are a little too cumbersome and are not effective enough. I think we received a report that said, what was it, about $250,000 out of 32 or so million that had been appropriated had been expended to businesses, and the program, I believe, is set to end on October 30th. So if we have $32 million to spend between now and then, it would be prudent to clarify some of the provisions that are currently being requested of businesses and ensure that we have a process that complies with the CARES Act, but also doesn't place any unnecessary burdens on our business owners. So that's what the amendment intention is, and what I hope it will effectuate for our business owners.
There's a motion for an amendment by Honorable Slater. Do I have a second?
Salona, I'll second that.
Okay.
Honorable Slater, this is Beverly. Is that the one Ms. Bob Ruff sent out just a while ago, your amendment? Okay.
Yes, and I wish I could give you that with certainty. I'm not, my email is just not loading anywhere, so I can't confirm that. But I asked her to send it out, and it's the only amendment that was asked to be drafted. I assume it's that one. It's related to business.
Thank you. This is Ms. Bob Ruff. I only sent it to yourself and Ms. Martinez, so perhaps she can send it out to all the delegates.
Okay. I texted it to them, so I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 minutes ago. Hopefully you've all had time to review it, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. It's not appropriating any funding, so it's not moving anything around. This is just to reduce the burden for artisans and some of the small businesses so that they can self-certify how they've been impacted.
Okay, Honorable Slater, that amendment, Beverly, do you have the amendment?
I'm sending it out right now.
Can you read that amendment to the record?
On page 7, line 25, insert the following new paragraph, underscore the addendum to the Economic Development Relief Funds and Projects Expenditure Plan attached herein as Exhibit 18 is hereby added to the Economic Development Relief Funds and Project Expenditure Plan adopted as Exhibit 15 in CJY 40-20. That's the amendment sent out, and then it has the addendum expenditure plan, Division of Economic Development Relief Funds and Project attached. 2 pages, Mr. Pro Tem.
Okay. Thank you. Committee members, any questions to the amendment? Motion by Slater and second by Halona. Any questions? If there is not, I will ask for a vote on that. Leonard?
Amendment number 2, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Paul Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel E. So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel E. So votes green. Last call for Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Last call for Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Pro Tem Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, thank you, Leonard. Committee members, any other questions to the main motion? If not, I will ask for the final reading by Beverly.
Legislation 0209-20, Amendment 1, page 5 of 11, line 28, 29, 30, the Elderly and Developmental Disability Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan as set forth in Exhibit 9 in the sum of $10 million to the Division of Social Service to provide emergency financial assistance to the Navajo tribal. And then it continues on. And then note, the body of the language does not need an amendment. It's corresponding Exhibit 9 that needs amendment to read as follows. 1, purpose. Second line in the first paragraph should read, expenditure plan is to allow for the use of overstrike $15 million, underscore $10 million of, and then it continues on. And budget form 2 and budget form 4 needs to be amended to reflect $10 million and 25,000 elderly and developmental disability individuals to receive a one-time hardship assistance of $400. Amendment 2, insert page 7 of 11, line 25, underscore the addendum to the Economic Development Relief Fund and Project Expenditure Plan attached as Exhibit 18 is hereby added to the Economic Development Relief Funds and Project Expenditure Plan adopted as Exhibit 15 in CJY 40-20. So it's 2 amendments, and main motion is held by Paul Begay Jr. and second by so Mr. Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you, Beverly. Leonard.
Main motion vote, Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Donna votes green.
Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel E. So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel E. So votes green. Pro Tem Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay, thank you. With that, let's go to the next item on the agenda. Legislation 0222-20. Beverly, can you read it?
Pro Tem Chair. I want to say thank you to the HIT committee. Thank you very much. Kiali.
Okay, go ahead, Kiali.
I want to say thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, with that, Beverly, can you read that legislation to the record, please?
Legislation number 0222-20, an act relating to health, education, human services, resources and development, law and order, and Navajo committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Title 17, Chapter 3, Controlled Substances at 17 NNC Section 390 and 394. Mr. Pro Tem and members, this is going to the RDC Development Committee.
Okay, committee members, I need a motion and a second.
Motion.
Delegate Slater. Second, Delegate Slater.
A motion by Slater and second by.
I was motion by Halona.
Motion by Halona and second by Slater. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I heard Slater first.
Okay.
Me too. I heard Slater too.
Leonard, can you clarify?
I heard Honorable Slater first.
Okay, it's a motion by Slater and second by Halona. Any questions, committee members?
Let the record show Delegate Slater is quicker on the draw.
Any questions, committee members?
I have a question.
Honorable Slater, you have questions?
Oh.
Okay, let me go ahead and go to the sponsor. Is the sponsor online?
Who is the sponsor?
Wilson Stewart. Honorable Rick Naz is a prime sponsor. Are you online? Wilson Stewart?
I'm here, Che.
Go ahead. You have 20 minutes.
Okay, Che, Otto has the committee members. This legislation, it's regarding what we've all been hearing about, what we've all been getting information on regarding the hemp agricultural initiative and what situations have been happening in the San Juan Farm Board area. So with this legislation, we're asking for support on this and to revise the policies and to get more stringent, I guess is the only term I can think of, regarding this matter. And so that's what we're looking at with this one here. So we're asking for all the committee support on this one, and also to go from there on what we need to do regarding what we can put into it and how we can address it for the nation. So with that, committee members, we're asking for your support on that one. And I know that Chairman Nez did go ahead and we are waiting for this one to come back before us through after HESI for Resource Development Committee as well. That's what I can say with this one here. I'm trying to look for where I had my notes on what I want to add on to this one. So bear with me while I try to find it as I go through here. But I'm going through my internet right now. So with that one, I know that's what we wanted to do with this. And I can go ahead and see if there's any questions while I continue to look for my document.
Honorable delegates, this is Delegate Rick Nez here. Can you hear me? I've been trying to say I'm here.
Yes, Honorable Nez, go ahead.
Thank you. I really appreciate your time, honorable colleagues on Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. I do have an agent with me on the line. As you all are aware, we are having major issues along San Juan River. And if we could start amending certain parts of the law, this legislation 0222-20 will allow for these amendments that I had forwarded to our attorney, Ms. Mariana Khan, and I believe Mr. Ron Haven does have a copy of the amendments that was forwarded to me by our members of the Navajo Nation. So with that, along San Juan River, this hemp marijuana issue has been a major concern. People are hurting each other. There's property that's being destroyed, and this is just not like Navajos doing this to each other. And there was about 3 amendments. What we can do, Shinantai, is Ms. Khan is going to help me. She's going to assist in rewording some of these amendments. We had a conference call this morning, and if I could ask committee members just to approve it as is, move it forward, and at Nabikietsia, we can add these amendments when all the languages are in place. I understand that there's a few pages here, 4 pages, and I'm sure by the time we get done with it, it's going to be about 5 or 6 pages. So there's a lot of work on our hands, and we need that time ahead of us with the attorneys and how we can criminalize hemp marijuana and how elected officials will be penalized for having this, and other amendments that I had forwarded to our attorney. So they're working on it. And if you would, Mr. Chair Pro Tem, would you give at least 3 minutes to my agent, Ms. Redon George?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. George?
Mr. George, you have...
Yes, I'm here on the line.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Red Dawn George, and I'm from Shiprock. I've lived in Shiprock my whole life. I'm a registered voter there. I'm an active advocate for the community members. What we are enduring right now is violence on one another between Navajos. People are fighting one another. People are shooting at one another. People are burning down homes of elders who refuse to have these illegal marijuana farms. The Nabanali has had the ability to create a basic civil war in the area. Saturday, I got a report of a Navajo woman found in the back of a van that belonged to these Asians who are in our area that operate these illegal marijuana farms. She was beaten and she was raped.
Also, Saturday night, Hogback Chapter Community Service Coordinator's son beat their uncle, her brother, who lives next door, who's opposing these illegal marijuana farms. He's an elder, him and his grandson. Sunday, an elder woman who lives on Mesa Farm had her house burned down because she would not allow the Nabanali and the Asians to clear her area for an illegal farm, illegal marijuana farm. Yesterday, there was a physical fight that was captured on video at a residence across Shiprock High School. In that vicinity, there are 3 schools: Shiprock High School, Eva B. Elementary, Career Prep Alternative School. And right across the road is about close to 60 acres of illegal marijuana farm. These people that are supposedly employed by this individual, the Nabanali, have their security, they're illegally carrying firearms. They physically attacked a 74-year-old woman, 3 children, and 1 male. The elder woman and the male ended up going to the hospital. The children were traumatized by the event. This is not how Navajos work with one another. Fundamental law is no longer in order. We need law and order in our area. Our council delegate has failed her constituents in the area. These farms have been in the area since December of last year. They're visible in the area. We have pleaded with our officials, with our council delegate, to help us to stop this before it gets to where it's at now, and that has not been done. We have protests in Shiprock, peaceful protests. We have protests at our Shiprock District Court for progress. We have met with Chief Francisco, who in the past couple of days has showed us they're trying their best to do what they can with what they have available resources. We have seen that Navajo PD is now pulling over these California residents that are Asians. These are Asians that are coming in from California, Indiana, Oregon. The emergency house order that President Nez issued has no regard here. To my understanding, President Trump indicated that this coronavirus came from China, and now we have up to 800 Asians in our area. We are so blessed that our COVID cases have went down, but now we are at risk, very high risk of becoming a hot spot. The Asians have made a comment that their long-term goal is to have as many half Navajo children so they can obtain census numbers, so they can overcome and get land ownership. This hurts us because us Navajos are not getting along with one another. I pleaded yesterday with officials. I cried. We don't want this to happen in our area. And I'm pleading with your committee, with all of the committees, to help us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. George. Honorable Vice Chair, if I may have some time with Ms. Khan if she's on the line.
Okay, Honorable Nez, Ms. Khan, are you online? Hello.
What about Mr. Haven?
Ron Haven, are you online?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was forwarded an amendment. Is that what you want me to provide?
No. To comment on, I guess, go ahead and give the floor to Chairman Nez, and he wants you to comment on some items on this legislation. Honorable Nez.
Yes, Mr. Haven, I just wanted you to clarify that there is an amendment that we can do the amendments at Nabikiache because it's currently being rewritten.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I don't have a particular problem. You have legislation right there, and it's ready for action by HESI. What I understand from Delegate Nez is that there are some other amendments that do definitely need to be put in here, and he has, if I understood correctly, that these will be made at NABI as the document goes through. And so I don't have a particular problem with that, and I'm assuming the amendments are going to be provided at this section there, 394, and in respect to definition of marijuana, that's only one of them. I understand there may be a couple more others, so I'll leave it at that. I don't have a particular suggestion on recommending any amendments now, but based on the advice provided here by Delegate Nez, I think that's the proper thing to do for HESI now, because time is up. This document is legally before you now, members of HESI. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Haven. Before I go with the request from Honorable Chairman Nez, there was, I think, a question from Honorable Slater, and then I'll go to the Chairman Nez request. Honorable Slater.
Thank you. I'm going to offer a couple comments and then ask a question of the sponsor. First, I strongly support this effort by the delegates from the Resources and Development Committee, Delegate Wilson Stewart and Chair Nez. I think that we have been grappling with how to assist in a way that doesn't compromise any proceedings that may be going forward in the justice system related to these illegal operations, but also demonstrate our commitment to law and order on the Navajo Nation. And it's a very delicate balance, and I appreciate the leadership in identifying necessary changes to the code that will strengthen law and order on the Navajo Nation. And with that said, I deeply, deeply empathize with the lateral violence and the real pain and hurt that has been caused by our own citizens against each other that was completely unwarranted and unnecessary. And that money and greed seem to be the prevailing interests in these operations, not trying to develop our community capacities and institutions, and underlining the real principles of our nation and our communities. So with that said, I think some of the language that we're using right now is really hurtful to people who come, say, from mixed backgrounds. Maybe they're Natsoza and they're Dene. And when we slur the entire continent's worth of people, we hurt our own, because we have children and citizens of the Navajo Nation who are Asian and Navajo. And they didn't do anything to hurt the good people along the San Juan River. You know, they didn't do that. And I just ask that everyone who is in such deep pain at this time and experiencing that lateral violence from, again, just a completely unnecessary situation that the nation has been thrust into, meditate and not enact that pain against other citizens of the nation and people who are allies and operate in solidarity with us on many issues, because that only continues the pain and violence. And despite our own personal feelings and hurt at the time, we still have obligations and I think a moral responsibility as leaders. And if we identify ourselves as community leaders, we need to recognize the diversity in our communities, affirm it, and determine that it really gives us strength. We have 4 clans for a reason. You're not just one feature in yourself. There's a whole mixture that contributes to one's identity. And again, it's just a plea, because I have many friends who are mixed. They're citizens of this nation. They have every right to participate in this government and every expectation that their government will not discriminate against them because of who their parents were. And beyond that, we should express respect for other ethnicities, other nationalities, and not just by the fact that we've been hurt, commit some sort of harm against them. Now, those are the comments. Chair Nez, my question is, I know that the intent of the legislation is to provide some relief or to ensure that we don't maybe have any loopholes in the code. Could you talk about what is being deleted? I think that section 3, it talks about 1.4% THC concentration, and then we have, what is it, the 0.03% for THC concentration when it comes to hemp. Could you discuss that a little bit more for my own education and those on the line about what is exactly trying to be accomplished here, so that there's just further background, especially as we are trying to understand industrial hemp versus, you know, the drug marijuana.
Chairman Nez.
Thank you very much for your question, Honorable Slater. And your concerns are well noted. I understand that we pretty much feel brokenhearted over this, that our people are fighting. Yes, the definition has to be redefined, and also below B on page 3, it says marijuana means the needs to be deleted, and then the rest is fine except where it states such term does not include. That needs to be discarded, as well as strict compliance down on line 11 and designee on line 13. I believe that once we have it all in place, these amendments, part of it will be that the offense, a person commits an offense pursuant to this section if he or she intentionally or knowingly produces, delivers, or induces others to produce hemp or possesses hemp, cannabis, sativa, with intent to deliver such hemp to another without a license or approval from the Navajo Nation, Delivery means the actual or constructive transfer of possession of hemp to another with or without consideration whether or not there is an agency relationship. And then C, this is under Title 17, subsection 395. It deals with production or delivery of hemp and inducing others to produce hemp without a license or approval from the Navajo Nation. Now, C would state, sentence, any person found guilty of producing, selling, or delivering or inducing others to produce hemp may be sentenced to imprisonment for a term not to exceed 365 days or be ordered to pay a fine not to exceed $5,000 or both. Persons with home site leases and or farm permits shall have their leases and or permits revoked. A person who has also engaged in such activities shall also have property connected with the illegal production or delivery of hemp seized. Elected or appointed officials of the Navajo Nation who have violated this section shall also be immediately removed from office and banned from holding any Navajo Nation elected or appointed position for 8 years. So we're working on these amendments. We're trying to look at it and say, okay, how can we make it better to where it has teeth, to where it's strong, so people aren't doing this along the river here. It is, as we all know, this is illegal. Hemp marijuana is illegal, and we will continue to reiterate those and echo that to our people that's illegal on the Navajo Nation. The only place that it's legal for educational research purpose is up at New Mexico State University in collaboration with Nappy Farms up there. So I hope I've answered your question, Honorable Slater. And I just needed this to be approved, moved forward, so we can have it brought before RDC this afternoon, and then to Law and Order, and then to Nabikiati as well as the full council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. There's a question from Honorable Chairman Rick Nance to just approve it as is and move it forward. There is a possible amendment, but those amendments will be acted on at the Nabikiati meeting. So I don't know if there's no other questions, committee members.
Question.
Honorable Chairman So.
Oh, yeah, Cecilia. Oh, Honorable Hess committee members. Otto Cecilia, Honorable Rick Inez, and Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Otto Sui, Red Don George. Basically, and then of course Legislative Council Ron Haven. Basically, the one aspect that the aspect of ex post facto. Even though we passed the legislation and put it in code, the actual farming started before the enactment of the code. What effect will that have? What effect will that have? So in that aspect, the other part is we understand by statements and by some of the cell phone video, there are individuals that are wearing apparel that says security. Are those folks basically, do they have are they registered with the Navajo Nation? And do they have clearance to be actually security? Are those folks that are on those grounds actually under contract with an entity that's approved by, let's say, somebody that's already licensed on the Navajo Nation as a security firm. The other part, perhaps the legislation needs to say 0.03 and lower, and the aspect that we have to have the ability to take samples and send them to an independent lab, or even the same lab that the experiment station is using to establish whether it's marijuana or whether it's hemp. That part, I see a determination. And so it's something that I think we also need to face with regard to that aspect. That would be the extent of my question, and again, a lot of it is outside, kind of collateral, running parallel to this legislation, my questions and perhaps the discussion, but it really does affect how we face this. Again, to try to close up all loopholes is the intent and purpose of my question. Thank you. Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Rick Nance, I think a portion of the question you can respond, and also Mr. Ron Haven. Honorable Nance.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. I certainly appreciate Chairman So and his concerns for our dear Navajo people along San Juan River. As I have said here, these amendments, I would really like to have it rewritten with the assistance of Ms. Khan and also Ms. Jennifer Henry, and really strengthen, and I appreciate that 0.3% and below. We could do that. We could add that all in there and really work with it. We need to do something, and perhaps next year's planting season will be different because these laws will be in place. But we can start and we can keep amending laws, introducing laws to strengthen what needs to be done. The regulations have not been submitted to USDA, and therefore the nation has no plan in place yet. And only if these regulations are in place can the Navajo Nation move forward with industrial hemp operations and activities. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your recommendations, and we will definitely have it a part of your committee report to move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Khan?
Mr. Pro Tem?
Go ahead.
May I have Ms. Henry respond?
Okay. Go ahead. Henry?
Good afternoon. This is Jennifer Henry, the acting chief prosecutor. I've just been listening in, and I wanted to just try to address Delegate Slater's question. I'm not sure if it was addressed. The amendments you have before you, they were drafted several weeks ago and discussed at length, and it attempted to do something pretty simple, which was to basically recriminalize marijuana. So as the Navajo Nation has been exploring the idea of hemp cultivation, it started to change the definition of marijuana with the idea of making it not criminal. And that's in part led us to where we are today. You know, it went from marijuana is illegal to marijuana is anything with more than 1.4% THC. Then it was dropped to marijuana is anything with more than 0.3% THC. So it created a lot of testing problems. Many labs will test for THC levels, but very few of them are the forensic testing that are admissible in court. So what we initially attempted to do with these amendments was something very simple, which was to recriminalize all parts of the plant, the seed, the resin, with any amount of THC. And you'll see in the amendments before you, Section 390B is that definition. The second sentence says, we're attempting to address hemp. It says marijuana does not include any part of the plant with a THC level of 0.3% or less in strict compliance with an industrial hemp regulatory system approved by the council. So the intent of that language is to make, until regs are passed that create some sort of system for legal industrial hemp cultivation, any part of the plant with any level of THC would be now a crime because it would be marijuana. Once those regs go into effect or are put into place by the council or its designee, not just by anybody, then there's that allowance that anything with THC of more than 0.3% would not be considered marijuana and therefore not be criminalized. So then Section 394 is our controlled substances portion. So this is the part of the law that says, you know, the following, the possession, cultivation, production, sale, etc. of the following is a serious crime. And it's like barbiturates, the amphetamines, cocaine, opioids, etc. And paragraph 3 that is stricken, it used to have this definition of marijuana. Something that does have to change, it doesn't, as Delegate Nez is saying, it doesn't have to change today, but it needs to change before it gets to council, is we've inadvertently taken out marijuana. You can see the entire thing is stricken. We need to add back in, you know, marijuana as defined by 390B or put in this new definition, but that's a very simple change. So this amendment was meant really to address the definition of criminal marijuana. And I think it does a good job. We can certainly play with the language. Delegate Nez and Ms. Khan and Mr. Haven and I are working on additional amendments that you've kind of heard about vaguely today. It just kind of hit our minds this morning and we talked about it. So hopefully those can be proposed in the next couple days here before NABI tomorrow. And that's just to try to tease out some more, to try to tighten the criminalization of hemp a little bit more. With respect to ex post facto law, so what that means, of course, you all know, is we cannot criminalize something that is occurring now, right? You can only criminalize things that are going to be done in the future. So absolutely, we can't criminalize all of this season. So, you know, tomorrow, if this was passed at council and suddenly this is a crime, we can't start charging that for what has been occurring before it was a crime. But all we can do is move forward and try to tighten our law so that going forward, these things are addressed with what we know now, and then let what's going on now move through our system in the injunctive relief proceedings and whatnot that are occurring. So I hope that helps somewhat.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Committee members, Chairman So, I feel like that response.
Yes, but the questions on security.
Oh, Chairman Nez.
As far as security is concerned, it is my understanding that there are people there that do the work, but are not actually legally bonded, which I don't really know much about. The concern that I have is really just starting with this here, Chairman. So.
Hakushi, thank you, Chairman Nez. Committee members, any other questions?
And
Chairman So. Go ahead, Chairman So.
And the regard to security, and perhaps that fits right under the office of the prosecutor. Should the office of the prosecutor seek out more information about the aspects of quote unquote security officers posing themselves as lawful and authorized? Could we have the office of
If I could answer that briefly, so I actually can't speak to this because we are receiving those reports and they're being pursued both by the Navajo Police Department and by my office. So we have open prosecutions or open investigations in anticipation of prosecuting what has come across my desk. It is, I would point you to the offense of criminal impersonation, just to take a look at how that's worded in our criminal code currently. And I think I have to leave it at those are the situations that have come to my attention are under investigation, and we continue to invite the public and the police department to send those to us so that we can keep collaborating on those. We're aware of it. I can definitely tell you that. To the extent that the Title 17 needs to be tightened, that's another situation that can be done, but we are definitely aware of what's going on with this security at this time.
Chairman So, I'm sorry, I think you were still asking your question.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. Let's proceed. I think Ms. Henry addressed it adequately. We can proceed.
Bushi, committee members, any other questions? I'm going to go with Chairman Nez's request to move this forward. It's an agreement with the committee members.
Pro Tem?
Go ahead, Malona.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, committee members and Honorable Stewart and Honorable Nez. Thanks for getting this legislation together. I think it's also important to note that you're talking about licensing this product. You get a license that you can grow it. Is there a charge or anything that you're going to be charging the people that are going to be licensed, getting the license to do this farming for this product? And also, how many acres will they be allowed? Will they be able to renew the same amount, or for the next year, the second year, if they decide to grow again? we need to put some sort of guideline on that also. Know that with the NAPI and the expand realization, with the past couple of years, they've been increasing a little bit just to test the variety. And so I don't know how much, once we get that determined, how much, if any, NAPI is going to be doing any production in hemp. And so those are two questions I wanted to find out and get your thoughts. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Alona. Honorable Rick Ness.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, Aro, Honorable Halona. Your question was how much acres or what will be allowed. Currently, right now, Shananta, I believe that we need to set these laws in place before we start considering improving the regulations for the Navajo Nation. It may never happen. It may become a referendum that'll be brought before the people, because what's going on with the New Mexico State University in collaboration with NAPI is just a research study, an educational study. And if NAPI decides that perhaps they would like to pursue some, industrial hemp products on their field, maybe we can do that. Or what we can do is just outlaw this hemp business, marijuana business throughout the whole Navajo Nation indefinitely. Keep people from fighting and all that. So right now, my focus, and I believe a lot of our focus, is to get it corrected first. If the laws were followed to begin with, we wouldn't be at this juncture of going through certain animosity between people. So currently, Mr. Halona, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ness. With that, committee members, there's no other questions. Motion by Honorable Slater, second by Honorable Bologna, for legislation 220. So I ask for a vote, Mr. Modes.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Douglas Slater Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel E. So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel E. So votes green. Last call, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Pro Tem Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Go on to next item on the agenda. I guess we'll go back to
Mr. Pro Tem? Mr. Pro Tem?
Honorable Ned.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Thank you very much, committee members. I don't know that Chairman So, would you be able to sign the committee reports?
I'm going to go ahead and do that, Honorable Ned. That's the reason why the chair gave me the chair just for these two legislations. I'll go ahead and sign the report.
Thank you.
So with that, I will give the chair back to Chairman So.
Sheila, thank you, Cecilia. And with the way we proceeded, it was very efficient to get these two legislations going on to the next committees. basically, we'll go back to reports. That'll be 6A. Hardly on the agenda. So we moved. Okay, 6 is old business, there being none. 7A then would be report on Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine study as presented to the Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board. This time we can have Dr. Hammett, Dr. Jill Jim, and I don't know if Shema, Miss Beverly Vicente Pigman, and Mr. Michael Winnie are still on the call.
This is Beverly. I'm here.
Oh, thank you, Shema. Thank you for staying with us during this call. Dr. Hammett, are you still on the call?
I am still here.
Okay. You haven't fallen asleep, huh?
No.
Okay. Dr. Jill Jim. Okay. So I will call this report to the table. In that regard, Miss or Dr. Hammett.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and members of the committee. I'm happy to provide a brief update and then take questions or hear an update, obviously, from the Navajo Research Review Board as well. Several COVID-19 vaccine trials are going on throughout the United States right now to assess the efficacy of vaccines against COVID-19 disease. And data from these studies will be reviewed carefully by the FDA to determine if the vaccines are safe and efficacious and can be licensed for use. As of now, tens of thousands of Americans have participated in these studies. Native Americans have largely been denied the opportunity to participate, given that the vast majority of study sites are in urban areas that have not included outreach to natives. That means there's very little data to understand if these vaccines will work here or if one or more of the vaccines have characteristics that would make it preferable. Tribal communities absolutely need to be cautious about research given past harms that have been experienced. Any studies that are proposed on Navajo Nation are carefully reviewed by the Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board to ensure that the studies offer potential benefits, have a reassuring safety profile, and will be ethically conducted. Vaccines have been a powerful tool in reducing health disparities and improving the health of Navajo families. Navajo Nation participation in clinical trials helps to ensure that the vaccines that end up being licensed and recommended for use will work for the populations that need them the most. Participation in these clinical trials is entirely voluntary, and interested individuals go through a lengthy informed consent process to ensure that participants understand what the study entails, the risk and the benefits, and that joining the study is entirely their choice and won't affect their care in any way. The COVID-19 trial that Pfizer is running has enrolled over 20,000 people in the United States. The preliminary data indicate that the vaccine has side effects that are similar to other vaccines, which include temporary soreness or swelling at the injection site, fatigue, fever, headache, or muscle or joint pain that resolves in a couple of days. The safety of study participants is very carefully monitored in all of these clinical trials. And this is the process by which all vaccines and medications are assessed and approved.
And there are a number of past vaccine studies that have been done in partnership with Navajo Nation. These include the Hib vaccine, which protects against Haemophilus influenza type B, which is used to be a major cause of meningitis. The Prevnar vaccine, which prevents a leading cause of pneumonia, and the rotavirus vaccine, which prevents a leading cause of diarrhea. As an example of how vaccine clinical trial data can be important to Navajo Nation, we can look at the Hib vaccine, the one against Haemophilus influenza type B. Currently, there are several Hib vaccines licensed for use in the United States, but the IHS and 638 clinics only stock one. And that's because only one has been shown to provide a good antibody response after the first dose of vaccine. This is really important for Navajo babies because they tended to get Hib disease very early in life. And in other parts of the United States, children tended to get their disease later in life. So they could safely wait for 2 or 3 doses to be administered in order to be protected. But that wasn't the case here. And the vaccine evaluated here on Navajo Nation was the only one that could protect young babies after the first dose. And CDC vaccine policy still today, even though that trial was done back in the late 1980s, the CDC vaccine policy still today for children across the United States is that Native American infants should preferentially receive this vaccine. Had this clinical trial not been done on Navajo Nation, many more babies would have become sick and been lost to meningitis and pneumonia because they would have received another brand of vaccine, which was licensed, but was suboptimal for this population. The COVID-19 vaccines that are being developed right now have different mechanisms, different ways that they instruct the body to make antibodies. And because of this, they may have different characteristics. I'm optimistic that the Pfizer mRNA vaccine will provide benefit to study participants and that it will be licensed and recommended for use based on data that it's safe and efficacious, but we have to do the studies to provide the evidence for that. The decision to try to include sites on Navajo Nation in this trial was made with the input of community members, healthcare providers, and the Health Command Operations Center. And the decision to allow the study to move forward was made by the Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board and with the support of the Navajo area IHS leadership, who share a commitment to protecting the health of the Navajo people. The study itself is recruiting individuals who are 18 to 85 years of age, who are healthy or have stable underlying medical conditions. And participants who are found to be eligible and who consent to join the study will have 6 study visits over 2 years. The first 2 visits will be doses of either the vaccine or the placebo. When people join the study, they get randomly assigned by a computer to receive either the vaccine, the investigational vaccine, or a placebo, which is like saline. It has no active ingredients. And those 2 doses are given about 3 weeks apart. And then participants are followed over the course of 2 years to be monitored for safety and for efficacy. At those study visits, nasal swabs may be collected and blood is collected to measure the level of antibodies and the response to the vaccine and how long those antibodies last for, which will help us understand how long protection may last. These data will be important for Navajo Nation to understand which of many vaccines that we hope will be licensed may be most optimal for use here on Navajo Nation. And I'm happy to take any questions about the vaccine study or to yield any remaining time over to the other reporters.
Thank you, Dr. Hammett. Committee members, any questions?
I have a question, Chair.
Go ahead. That Honorable Halona?
Oh, thank you, sir. Dr. Hammett, on the study, you're saying it can take 2 years. They're going to follow these people, and so the vaccine, it won't be ready for that long? Or how long before they determine that it's going to be a go for the one that they're working on right now, where everybody can get vaccine, get the vaccine and continue life, I guess. That's the question I have right now, sir. Ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Helena. That's an excellent question. The vaccine will be, as I mentioned, there are tens of thousands of people that are participating in these clinical trials across the country. Normally, the FDA, for a phase 3 clinical trial, which is establishing the efficacy of a vaccine, normally the FDA would wait until, all of the follow-up was completed. Because of the pandemic, which is obviously costing a lot financially and much, much more in terms of lives lost, there is a provision that emergency use authorization could be granted based on the evidence of safety and efficacy from the first several months of follow-up. So normally we follow people in vaccine clinical trials for a year or 2 years, which can help us to know how long the protection may last, what the durability of the vaccine is. In this case, a product could potentially be licensed based on the fact that it has been shown to be safe and has been shown to be efficacious, in which case, as many people have heard, a vaccine, even potentially this vaccine, may become available before the end of the year. But the studies, the long-term follow-up in these studies will determine how long the protection will last.
Thank you, Dr. Hammond. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Helena. Committee, any other follow-up questions? If not, hey, Dr.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Honorable
I guess my question is more for the Human Research Review Board members. What was or is the process for review and approval of a proposal such as this?
Okay, before we go to the Human Research Review Board, Dr. Hammett, these volunteer participants, are they tested for the SARS-CoV-19 before they can be volunteers on this trial? The other is, what if they test negative but are positive? And what would be the other samples? Are you going to take blood serum or other to verify that they have not had developed antibodies, so that should they have been positive?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So people will be eligible for this study so long as they don't have a diagnosis of having had COVID disease. So if somebody tested positive for COVID in the past, or if somebody was diagnosed by their physician as having had COVID in the past, then they're not eligible to participate in this study. And the reason for that is that I think the FDA probably made that recommendation to some extent because people who've had infection in the past already have antibodies. And what we're trying to learn from the vaccine trials is how well the vaccine works to stimulate the body to produce antibodies. And so it can be a little bit, confusing potentially if people have had antibodies in the past. That said, we know that many people had symptoms early on and weren't able to get testing. And we know that there are people that are, asymptomatically infected. And so there's certainly going to be people enrolled in the study who actually have had COVID in the past. And that's one of the reasons for the collection of the nasal swab at the time of enrollment and the blood sample at the time of enrollment is so that we can look to see if responses differ at all by whether or not somebody had COVID in the past or not. But the study is aiming to primarily enroll people who did not have a known diagnosis of COVID. You asked about the samples that are collected, and it's just two types of samples. There's a nasal swab, That gets tested, as I mentioned, at the first visit and at the second visit, the dosing visits, just so that we will know when we go to analyze those data whether somebody was currently infected or not. People who are actually sick at the time cannot be enrolled. So people cannot be actively ill or symptomatic when they're enrolled in the study, but we know that people can have the virus and be asymptomatic, and that nasal swab will help us to know whether somebody has symptomatic infection. And then the blood sample is collected at 5 different time points over the 2-year period, and that is used to measure the antibody levels to COVID-19 to understand if there were antibodies at baseline, but then more importantly to see the vaccine response to the vaccine and whether and how much antibody is developed in response to the first and the second dose of vaccines, and then how long that antibody lasts for over the 2-year period.
Thank you, Dr. Hammett. Follow-up questions. What is the potential for Pfizer to basically get millions of dollars in revenue once these vaccines are approved? And what is the potential for Navajo to be shared part of the revenues from these sales? Because the Navajo people are basically going to be part of the proof system of this potential vaccine. Dr. Hammett?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I cannot speak to the financial implications of the study. I know that the study is going on at over 140 different sites around the world and has already enrolled over 20,000 people. And I don't think that the company is in a position likely to ensure that, funds are made available to all of the participating cities and states that contributed to this study. I think that obviously pharmaceutical companies certainly, their business is making drugs and making vaccines. In this case, there's been a huge investment from the federal government that is trying to spur development of these preventive therapies so that we can try and find a way out of this pandemic.
Committee members, do we have any follow-up questions for Dr. Hammett? If not, then we'll move to hear from Navajo Human Research Review Board Chairperson Beverly Vicente Pigment, and to the Administrator Mike Quinney, and I think Research Board Member Dr. David Begay was also on the call earlier. Shema?
Good afternoon. I'm also conditioner Tani Nosende. I say Hopon done Hibonido, Hasil Suganas Kanye. Anak saya juga behas anit aliage hasil solusi grade in the solution. So I want to give you a very brief history of how the IRB case was developed on Navajo Nation. This was a project on research on Navajo, and it used to be under Indian Health Service. And I was asked to serve on the IHS IRB board. I had no idea what it was, So I said, fine, I'll learn. And so then I see all these documents that you have to read and have to basically come to some conclusions. And when it was under IHS, the investigators were all non-Navajo. And back in 1950, the researchers did a study in Ganado, and this was on diabetes. And had the researcher go back to the community and work with the community, I really feel that diabetes should not have come to Navajo. So as I was talking about this, I asked then President Albert Hale, put this under the tribe. It's data from research that's been conducted. And the Oversight Health Committee there at that time, I informed them about it. I said, you really need to get this under the Navajo Nation. There's an opportunity of many forms where they can use the data to get funding and to get the much needed care that people need on Navajo. So the Albert Hale, then president, and then the health committee agreed to do that. So one of the things that they said is you wanted this program, develop the rules and regulations, and see what we can come forward to. So I worked with the Department of Health staff in the epidemiology section, and we worked on these laws, rules, and regulations. And back in 1985, myself and the late, great Dr. McKinsey was the co-chair. We presented this to the 88 council delegates and told them about it and what we wanted the laws to be developed for and everything. And the council approved it. So the department is located within the Department of Health. Then we began to look at things that we need to get what they call a federal-wide assurance. It's a number by the feds that talk about that. If you need to find out anything, they'll talk about the Navajo Nation IRB institution and tell you how that works. So we worked on that, we got it all done, and then we had researchers. Once they found out that there was research on Navajo, there was so many research projects that non-Indians wanted to do. And most importantly, we had students from across the ocean want to do studies on Navajo. So we developed the process, and the process was they had to go and fill out an IRB application, and then they had to meet with the tribal programs. If it's like WIC, social services, behavioral health, they had to work with those staff, and that there would be a learning curve and helping each other through this process. So then we told them they have to go to the community and let the community know about it, and that they'll see what the study is about, and if it's something that they want to continue doing, that they could do that. We had them also go to IHS for them to do studies within the clinic and then in the schools. They had to submit a chapter resolution or an agency resolution saying that they wanted to be part of this process, even the schools. And then when you completed the application, you had to give it to the staff, and the IRB members would have to review it and see what their thoughts are and what needs to be taken place. And the researcher would have to come to Navajo and present what his study was about. And as I mentioned, we had researchers from across the ocean. But the issue with that, we thought, if they take the data, that we'll have gotten nothing. And so we need to have the data to find out exactly what different communities have problems. For example, there was a study done about handicap ramps and stuff. And they surveyed the Navajo Nation tribal entity right there in Winter Rock, and they said that you have no handicap accessibility for anybody. And then there's just a lot of things that we were falling short of, but we continued to persevere and work towards that make sure that we address these programs. And one of the studies was also the outside facilities that some of our families have to utilize. And the researcher recommended that maybe the chapters could get some gravel and gravels for those who have to have a wheelchair or walker to go outside. And that way it would be much easier for them. And then we began to look at research in schools. What is the best way to present, for a teacher to present an objective and educational goals in their school, and how the Navajos would benefit from this. And we follow a federal law, as I said, federal-wide assurance. It's a number assigned by Washington, and it covers respect for people. They have to have respect for people, and that tribe they have to benefit from it, and then there should be justice. That's the federal rules and regulations by which the U.S. works on. And then they had to have a informed consent. The main thing is, what is the risk to people that are going to be part of a research study? And then we also had them select an issue, and the chapters are the ones that said, we would like this to be studied. We'd like to find out what's going on, how we can make it a positive impact. And then the IRB also works with the Food and Drug Administration. If there's a drug that comes out on the market and there might be something wrong with it, or something that needs to be taken care of, the FDA would go ahead and work with the Navajo IRB and ensure that those assurances and anyone getting hurt will not be injured in any shape or form. And we also wanted, one of the main things is benefit. We need to have the Navajo Nation receive benefits from this vaccine. John Hopkins had developed a vaccine for babies, and that vaccine works wonderful. It really has helped a lot of our little babies. And so what John Hopkins did is they said, Mrs. Kingman, we would like to give the Navajo Nation some of this vaccine to be used. So I respectfully asked them if they would allow us to Nation to get all the vaccine that they needed to give their baby shot. So that took place, and that was one of the benefits that we have gotten. Also, one of the despairing things is the issue about the daughter where diabetes was heavy. If the researcher had gone back to that community and told them, this is what I found out, this is what you need to do, and begin some prevention and intervention guidelines and rules, I really feel that we wouldn't be tempted with diabetes as bad as we are. There's so many studies. There is a study from the University of Colorado where they're doing a study with our children in school on diabetes. And they found that our children are not getting the exercise that they need. Some schools didn't even have recess. And then that the food that the kids were eating wasn't all that great. So as a result of that study, we had people come in, registered cooks come in and teach the Navajo Nation how to better serve food for so that the children will like it, and that there would be some prevention and how to work with the mothers and fathers on this whole process of diabetes. And it's really it really hurts you for you that there's things that need to be done, and that you wonder, where can we get some money to do this? And we continuously work on that. And our IRB members have 4 from Navajo Area IHS, 4 from the Oversight Health Committee, 4 from the President's Office, and 4 from the public school. And they became members, and we all had to go through training and what we need to look at and see that things are. The intent is for the nation to benefit, but do no harm. We can't do no harm. We don't want any of our researchers to cause a participant in a research study to get harmed in any way. So we really watch out for that. We've developed all the rules and regulations, and it's really been tremendously wonderful. As I had mentioned, the students from across the ocean that wanted to do the study here, the issue was they'll take our data. But the data all belongs to the Navajo Nation. It doesn't belong to anybody but the Navajo Nation. And there's a great opportunity to get grant writers to solicit funds utilizing ability to talk about research where our communities are safe. And so we say respect for people and benefit for the tribe, and that there will be justice, that there will be no harm to anyone. So we oversee that quite closely and ensure that we get all the reports that we need. And there are tremendous amounts of research that are done in Navajo communities. But for some reason, one of the things that we need is for the result of a research to be implemented and changed if necessary by IHS and the tribe to improve services to people that have a disability that they need to address. So we make sure that they work with their families. We've had research about putting at Shiprock. There's a lot of houses out there across from the mine. And the study that we did is, how would it be if we had a study where we saw the wood and coal and whatever supplies they use at home to provide their family with its needs. And then after that, the researcher took all those stoves out that people had. There was many different types of stoves. And they gave each family new stoves so that they had taught them how to be able to work it and be able to utilize it so that our kids don't get. There's a lot of asthma kids over there in that area that had, as a result of the stove, when they put these new stoves in, it was very well accepted, and people began to have less asthma attacks for the children. So there are, I could probably name so many research projects, but I also want to make sure that we need the researcher trains the tribal staff. And then the tribal staff work with the families, utilizing the findings from that study to make sure that things are okay. We did that with the San Juan River spill, and we've also done it in different areas on Navajo regarding coal, regarding lack of water. And we have all that data, but we need to get a mechanism by which the nation can generate grants from the data that they have picked up and are using. So it's really helped. The other requirement that we had in our research project is we asked the universities to allow the researcher that's going to do a research, maybe an Anglo researcher from Tucson, would want to do a study up here, and ask that they select a Navajo college student to be the co-PI, and so we're beginning to see a lot of Navajo researchers. The University of Arizona right now has 25 Navajo researchers. And those students, after they're through with their project, are coming back to make change in their communities and adopt prevention and intervention and to live a better life. And also that the family has to work as a unit. So we've had cooperation from the public schools, the BIE schools, the other private schools, and even schools with dormitories where we were getting some of these students to become researchers in those. So tremendous amount of enjoyment. I enjoyed this, and if at some point in time we need to develop, we're working on developing a genetic laws, rules, and regulations that will have to come forth before your committee, and then go next to NABI and then next to the Tribal Council for approval for a genetic study, laws, rules, and regulations. So that's a lot of the things that we do. Are there any questions?
Committee members, do you have any questions for chairperson Beverly Vicente Pigman? If not, then Mr. Mike Whinney and Dr. David Begay, do you have?
Yes, this is Mike Winnie. I am the administrator for the Navajo IRB. There was a question posed earlier about what they need to do about the application process. Well, our investigator has to fill out a application, and in that there's part 6 to that. First of all, they're going to need to submit an application that answers how the application will have the community involvement, the community input. Then they have to answer how this study will benefit the Navajo Nation. And then they will give a description about the research study. And the most important one here is the informed consent that they need to provide. And then those informed consents have to be approved by the board and signed so they can use that. There will be certification from the lead investigator and the co-PIs about their code of ethics certifications. Some of the things that we need to this one here, this project, is that they will need a letter from the service unit they'll be working with, from the CEO, which was
this conference has reached its
and
maximum
then
duration
also
and will end in 1 minute.
get approval from the Navajo area CEO, which this application was done.
Excuse me, Mr. Whinney.
Yeah.
For all the ones on this call, we'll have to hang up because we got a whisper message. The call would end.
Okay.
By the service provider. So if we could call back in within 3 minutes, then a new segment of 4 hours would be afforded us.
Yeah.
So Sheila, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Goodbye. This call may be recorded or transcribed.
He did say 3 minutes, so.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Hello.
This is Mike.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
Delegate McGee back on.
Thank you. Delegate McGee.
Hey, Leonard Mose, can you do roll call?
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.,
Paul McGee is present.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater, Honorable Carl Russell Slater, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Charlene Soto,
Present.
Honorable Daniel E. Soto,
Here.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika, here. Last call, Honorable Colonel Russell Slater, Honorable Pernell Halona. Chair, we have 4 members.
Thank you. Mr. Mose, committee members, thank you for jumping back on the call. We have quorum, so we'll go back to Mr. Mike Winnie.
Yeah, like I was saying, if any study is going to be with the Indian Health Service Unit, again, they have to get the CEO's approval to work with, to be in that establishment and then working with the staff. And also need to get approval from the Navajo area CEO, and then to get approval. If they have questions or something they don't understand, they will forward that study to the National Indian Health Board. And then they will let us know, and they will ask questions, and then they will approve it on behalf of the Navajo area. And to make sure all the required paperwork is there and attached. Okay, so that's happening with this application. They met all the requirements. They got a letter from Rosalind So, and then the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Christensen, and then so they're all in place. And we approved, or the board approved the study. And the unique thing about all research studies on the Navajo Nation is that they also were required to do community presentations, go back to the community. Research model here is based on community. It all goes back to the community and all the entities that are involved in this. And not only a research does is make sure they have a solutions with the study back to the community. So that's what this one here. If it's a school base, then would they do the same thing from the chapter, or if it involves many schools, then we ask them to get a agency council or the HES committee. And then, of course, the school board we need their approval, and the superintendent, and down the line. So that's how the application process is completed before the board will accept looking at it or approve or disapprove. So I think I hope I answered your question there from the previous posed questions.
Thank you, Mr. Winnie.
Oh.
Sinai, Dr. David Begay, are you still on the call with us? Okay, thank you. Committee members. Honorable Wanika, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to know, is there a motion to accept the report?
Sheila, motion by Honorable Edison Wanika to accept the report. Do I hear a second?
Second, Halona.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Haluna. We have a motion and a second to accept the report. Mr. Mike Winnie.
Yes.
How often will Principal Investigator Dr. Laura Hammett report to Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board?
Well, the board will review their quarterly reports. They are required to submit quarterly reports, annual report, continuation, or any amendments. Along the line, if we need to if it's something important that the community and the entity needs to be aware of, the board will direct them to report back. Let's just say the CEO and so forth, even as far as the national IRB in Washington. So if it's something that's very important that they find or they need to amend, but they were required to provide information.
Thank you, Mr. Winnie.
If I can ask some kind of a document saying that, we provided this orientation to your committee, and that I'll share it with the national IRB and our documents. Yeah, I would appreciate that.
So we thank you so much for the opportunity to meet with you, and we would, that if I could get a short document together for you, and at some point in time, you could spend a little time talking about what is going to be coming forth. And also, we work with the Belmont Report, which is a federal entity that oversees research on within the U.S., and we would like to be able to give you some of that information, and also to update you on the process for the genetic research laws, rules, and regulations that will be coming forth for your approval, and then throughout all the way to the tribal council. We Well, thank you very much. And again, the most important thing that we really look at is if you're going to do research on Navajos, you must have respect for the people. The Navajo Nation needs to benefit from it, and that you do no harm. Everyone will be treated very good, and that they will be respected and have a better understanding of working for the community. We are very fortunate that the communities would like for us to come, or they would want to do some kind of study within their community, and so they're able to do that. So at some point in time, I would like to go ahead and bring that document to you and go through it. It won't be long. We'll give you exactly the main points of our research board on Navajo.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to let you know that there's only 3 Indian tribes participating in something like this: the Navajo Nation, the Apache, and there's 1 tribe in the Northwest that are in this study like this. So again, John Hopkins and the Navajo Nation is paving the way for this kind of a study. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Shimon, Vicente Pigman, and then Mr. Winnie. Is Dr. Hammett still on the line? Dr. Hammett?
I think she was on her way to Gallup to do another presentation.
Okay.
But we kind of held her up, though.
Yeah.
We also make sure that the researchers understand that there's a way of doing research taking into consideration the rules and regulations and their respect for the Navajo people, and understanding that there is a cultural part of this, and we try to get the researcher to adapt that research project to have more of the tribal input into it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Winnie, I haven't had a chance to review the actual abstract on this, what was approved by the Research Review Board. And perhaps you read it more in depth. This basically is injecting what's called ribonucleic acid. That's a foreign substance. In my course in biochemistry, that was a single helix, whereas DNA is a double helix. But in what I've read before, there was a small m, capital R, capital N, capital A. The small m basically signifies modified RNA. In the abstract, is there reference to that particular aspect?
Yeah, we have the abstract and the actual application that spells that out. And I believe Dr. Hammett forward kind of like a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
To clarify what is all about.
Okay. And in this case, then the committee may again ask for more reports. But thank you.
Oh, members.
John, thank you for being clear on your presentation, both Shema. Oh.
And
Sheila.
This is our website. We have a website.
Okay, send us that link, Dole.
Oh, it has all the studies we got and all the policies, procedures, our codes, and all that on there. If you have any more questions, I'll give you that.
Okay, send it to our advisor. The other is what you asked for. Ms. Martinez, Jamad, please forward the committee report to Mr. Winnie also to verify the presentation to HES committee. Committee members, if there's no follow-up questions. Honorable Vice Chair, are you back on the call?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, good. Sheila got back on the phone call. All right. If there's no follow-up questions, then basically to accept the report as presented, unless Honorable Vice Chair, you have follow-up questions?
Not at this time.
Okay, Sheila. So at this time, a roll call vote, please.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Which project is the warehouse?
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Are you on election?
Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater Green.
Honorable Paul Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Last call, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Chair, with a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Let the record show 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. Now we go on to report on BIE school reopening and update on Wide Ruins Community School. And we can also, the committee likes to pose other questions related to each of them. We have Ms. Patricia Ghani and Mr. Derek Franklin, as well as Ms. Levita Maestas.
Yes,
still on
Mr. Chair.
the line.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Derek Franklin. I was asked by my...
And Levita Maestas is still on the line.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the HESI committee. I was asked by Ms. Ghani, she's on the line as well, to present the Wide Ruins update first, and then she will provide with follow-up with the BIE school reopening. Is that okay?
That's quite all right. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do have my assigned staff member from my Office of Genetic Accountability and Compliance, Ms. Levita Maestas. And so the report that we're going to give is the latest updates on the due process hearing between the Navajo Nation Board of Education, the Department of Diné Education, and the Wide Ruins Community School. At this time, the board has entertained a due process hearing to hear the statuses of Ruins Community School and to determine whether the Department of Diné Education should assume Wide Ruins Community School. So, in regards to the due process hearing, the Navajo Nation Board of Education has the Navajo Nation Department of Justice Representative Alex Kinsella as their attorney. The Department of Diné Education was assigned by Navajo Nation DOJ another attorney by the name of Mr. Colin Bradley, who will represent Doty. And then Wide Ruins Community School has hired their own attorney, Mr. Michael Upshaw. So at this time, the board is entertaining through the attorneys witnesses, calling witnesses to the stand. So right now, Doty has, through Mr. Bradley, has entertained witnesses and are still continuing to hear witnesses. Once Doty has completed entertaining their witnesses, then it will move over to Mr. Upshaw's witnesses as well. So right now, it is still in the process. They're estimating that 2 more due process meetings will take place. And right now they have tentatively scheduled their next due process meeting to most likely take place the week of September 27th through October 2nd. So a date specific is not determined, as they're waiting on the Mr. Upshaw to decide what dates work for him. This is a short update, unless Ms. Maestas has any additional information she would like to add, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Maestas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in a nutshell, hearings are taking place. 2 of them have taken place, and there's a continuance. So we're pending the scheduling of that. So.
Hey, cut that out.
So that's where we're at as of today. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, do you have any questions regarding the Wide Ruins Community School due process hearing? Oh, go ahead.
Informed the chapter and met with the chapter that they wanted.
Was there a question, Mr. Chair?
The first posed that question. There was a lot of echo on my phone. I didn't recognize the voice.
I don't think we heard anything either.
Something about did you ask the chapter? That was the only thing I heard, but I couldn't recognize it. So if that wasn't a committee member, then let's go on to the BIE.
Ms. Ghani, are you on the line?
Yes, I am, Derek. Yad A. Shajaat, Chairman So, and HES committee members, good afternoon, and others on the call. Department of the Net Education. Kwado e yad the BIE school reopening. Eben na inte kedigi kwado bakash net ole. A quiz kanda na lingo e yad BIE do Navajo Nation Executive Branch. Yes, I got that. AD Nate Holgiste Eya BIE reopening of schools Nigo Eya Nihitre Inda Ili. ADDJ September 16th, 2020. A Ashinayaja face to face Ulka Yahanaza do Baalka of Yishanad Nashigi Hot up in the Hata. Da Nigo Eya Nihistahad Nea Oholjij. Shinda Akonde Eya di Quiskanda and Lingo Eya BIE Charles Sherman, Acting Deputy Director for Navajo Region. Eya President Nez yes Nez Kedo Hot yes Eshagat online learning Hot Chinich that Yoshka Nigo Hot Bizadis Ado Belache ya the first quarter is Ninigi hot chiniaje online learning itoska nigo honoye at the hatazi a call DJ ya hot online learning on chiniaje BIE operated schools da altago hot eda is hatoles a call the first quarter but call just go ya ba asahna atle to be hisna huilna shindo les accord yadi kwaje Navajo Nation Department of Health the COVID-19 nashni higi aja okot higi shin be hisna hannet do les shi at hisi yisigi na lingo okot aben nache okot egot online learning gishnigi Ochot ba huinet indole accord ochot agat yachane at this time. Members of HES committee, I just wanted to provide a quick update per the request here regarding BIE operated schools. All through the summer months, we have heard communication from BIE senior officials by way of letters and memos directed to tribal leaders regarding their intention to reopen schools on September 16th, 2020 in a face-to-face format. While Department of the Net Education agrees that a typical classroom setup inclusive of a teacher and student is ideal, we have to remain cognizant of the substantial risk that we still have in terms of the health information related to Navajo Nation. We want to do everything we can to support the initiatives of the executive branch and the Navajo Department of Education in minimizing the transmission of COVID-19 in our Navajo communities. And we continue to believe that the way to do that is to minimize congregation of students in school settings. Therefore, we continue to provide support for online learning. And we are pleased to know that in the past few days here, Acting Deputy Director Charles Sherman from BIE for Navajo Region met with President Nez to reach an agreement due to the safety of our communities and the stance of officials that we want to maintain online learning for our students at this time. So that agreement was reached, and as of today, the Bureau-operated schools have reopened in an online format for our students here on Navajo Nation. I'll be happy to take any questions that you might have at this time.
Sheila, thank you, Ms. Patricia Gani. Committee members, do we have any questions? Okay, if we could establish a motion in a second to accept the report.
Motion by Juanita.
Second, Halona.
Okay, we have a motion by Honorable Wanika, second by Honorable Halona. Committee members, follow-up questions? If not, then Ms. Ghani to Mr. Franklin. I guess the main, again, I expressed it previously. On the one hand, K to 12, we're saying distant learning. But on the Navajo Nation operated Head Start program, we're going to classroom instruction. It's a kind of a double standard. And I'm really concerned about it. In what cases will that classroom instructions, do you have any precautionary items that would stop classroom instruction? Their staff.
Thank you.
Pre-tested.
Oh, sorry.
Are staff going to be pre-tested before and are they going to be tested periodically for the, let's say, first quarter or into the school years? And are the young ones, their temperatures going to be taken? And do the parents understand the protocols that will be used when they enroll their students, their children?
Thank you for those questions. If I may have information that you might have that articulates the expectation of our Navajo Head Start children to return to face-to-face instruction, that would definitely help inform me. However, at this time, the instructional services have resumed for Navajo Head Start students. The Monday, last week on Tuesday, September 8th, in Navajo Head Start. And it actually is being conducted online. So that's why it causes me concern and question for where else it might be shared that instruction will resume in face-to-face. The second week that was on computers and the second week. So please let me know if there's any language, any place that might share otherwise. We definitely don't want conflicting information out there, which creates confusion for our families. So we have resumed instruction for our Head Start children as of Tuesday last week, and it is being conducted virtually.
Thank you, Ms. Ghani. Thank you for that clarification. But, you know, at the local level, there's been, you know, posters here and there on bulletin boards that was talking about face-to-face instruction and that there was going to be shower curtains used in the buses to separate the students. And that's what generates my concern.
Thank you for that context, so if I may provide more information on that, جديد الشنياجت أن يخليها أنتو تحليقي أي بنهد دي قاعدنا هي جيت أن تلت أسليقو أكو أي يدي gating criteria يجي the next phase جه أخد أدهنا دي كايقو أي يدي قلت خطوغي أي hybrid learning يشنه a percentage of students can be on site. Hybrid learning inclusive of Navajo Head Start. Those are the school reopening plans that we have asked our school leaders to put together in anticipation for that time that we are all hopeful for when we move on into the next reopening phase of our educational services, which would allow for our schools and our programs such as Navajo Head Start to have a certain percentage of our students return for a physical face-to-face format of instruction. Of course, all of that is dependent on the continuing monitoring from Navajo Department of Health in relation to the transmission rate of COVID-19. So I must also share that even though we now have had a continued downward trend of COVID-19 here on Navajo Nation, we have to remain cognizant and respect what is happening on the outside of Navajo Nation borders, which maintains us in that substantial risk of transmission. Akodi contact tracing in Dalnashigi, positive cases igi nal kako eya anlej ana estado ade ya ana o zahigi ebetsado okot ana higi behozniye okot eyan chisnahan from Navajo Department of Health okot eben nachit lingo eyat atinde ado askaste hedo khajo we are advising our schools to continue to operate in a virtual format. So I hope that provides some clarity and the use of shower curtains on school buses and also having a certain percentage of students return to class is a planning for that time when we are able to move on to the next phase for school reopening. And Chair, so if I may also provide some update which causes me concern at this time related to education as well. Here at Department of Diné Education, we continue to have an exercise of a nurturing of relationship with the Arizona State Department, New Mexico, Utah, and the public schools. Public schools, they are abiding by their state's gating criteria. For example, Arizona has had a few numbers of our schools in a green zone for a few weeks now. Based on a plan that they have devised, where it creates some issues that speak to jurisdiction, it relates to students being transported to attend school off the Navajo Nation. Winslow, Holbrook, Flagstaff, and Page Unified, respectively, for the state of Arizona. Superintendent Ziki, we want to continue to conversate and assert for Navajo Nation the online services leave it out there as an option for our students. the Public Health Orders, do Navajo Nation Board of Education, their stance for online learning, as it is the safe mode of instruction for us at this time. New Mexico dina kis kanda and lingo eya adet sadis even as late as last night. Central Consolidated School District, the board members made a decision last night in a duly convened governing board meeting requesting to move forth with a hybrid learning. Hybrid 50% of students in authority behas ani benil nashiki ago big econigo ade bahad the seats Ado Gallup McKinley County the amado and linigi parent choice facing in zenigi doben netbest a higi diba on-site learning your kid go at edo less nigo arjibinahad so a conchikodon and ligo a mado ya abekin shotnish that survey and hit hoslet and that ehozendo lehigi di nigo yini kid a konagi skanda and ligo hot net the seats which creates a level of concern for us here at Department of the Net Education, whereas not all parents may not have an approval of their children returning to face-to-face learning where those schools are concerned. I just want Health Education Committee to be aware of what is happening. On another note, our Arizona public school districts are required to provide on-site services. A waiver, halong akonde di the cult ashi ya linigi they're wanting to explore with providing services to some of those special populations. Naha alchiniya the online learning wal ya ohos ahigi I han so shi do tzapaya at eta students with special needs face-to-face Ajigi an Halchiniajet the Yego, Kedet the North Tahigi, Bajaini, Nanigo, so Adne Aye de Hadozi, the Nachin Lingo Di Department of the Net Education do Lehigi, Bakail Kid. At this time, we are requesting for scheduled meetings with the superintendents for Arizona Public Schools. We want to conversate and hear from them regarding their plans for providing on-site services. We realize that this affects a small percentage of students, very highly individualized decision-making for our children. And so I just want to inform HES Committee regarding some of these developments in our schools here. We are trying to maintain that collaborative relationship with the school leaders.
Sheila, committee members, any points of discussion, questions? I guess mainly it's, again, kind of like, okay, Gallup McKinley County Schools is majority Navajo board. Central Consolidated School is majority Navajo controlled board. And that serves almost 90% of the Navajo students in Northwest New Mexico. I haven't heard what Bloomfield School District has decided. And I think Cuba Independent School District is also considering the modified program as relayed by Ms. Ghani. Committee members, we will have to give some consideration about establishing our position regarding those actions. And a lot of it's basically mandated by the New Mexico Public Education Department. And as such, Navajo Nation basically has been standing opposite of New Mexico PED, both on where the Nabakia committee said, don't appeal the Yazzie Martinez decision. They appealed it. We asked that they not appeal the U.S. Department of Education's decision on impact aid. They appealed it. So in a lot of ways, then we see there is some differences of decision making, differences of opinion, and how do we best serve our Navajo students. Ms. Ghani, we had a conference call regarding impact aid, and Navajo Nation Department of Justice Attorney Michelle Brown Yazzie and yourself and I were to participate in a call with New Mexico PED to get more information about the formula that they're going to use to equalize. But the real intent is to inequalize, de-equalize. I don't know what the proper antonym of equalize is. Ms. Ghani. And I would also invite the Huskies to also participate in that call. Has it happened? I missed the call. If it hasn't happened, then I'd like for the whole committee to participate.
Thank you, Chairman So. To my knowledge, this meeting that has been requested from DOJ, Michelle, has not yet happened. So the last communication that I have on it is Michelle's request of the specific superintendents with these school districts to sit down with us to conversate about the level of impact in relation to impact aid funding regarding funding formula. And I have not heard of any selected date and time for that meeting. I will follow up on that, and I will be sure to provide that meeting information to your attention to forward to your board members there.
Sheila, thank you. Ms. Ghani. Committee members, any questions? Follow up? Okay. We have a motion and a second to accept the report.
Motion, Albany.
Oh, we already established it, Che. Honorable Wanika has the motion, and Honorable Halona has the second. Che, Leonard Mose, let's do a roll call vote.
Aye, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Last call, Honorable Pernell Halona. Chair, you have voted 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Let the record show 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. Ms. Ghani, though, Mr. Franklin, and Ms. Maestas, thank you for being on the call.
Thank you, Hes committee members.
Oh, Mr. Franklin.
Yes, Chair.
At the next scheduled meeting, you had sent out an email regarding the Navajo Nation as the mother government needed to emphasize more on suicide prevention. Please be prepared to report on your concerns. I forgot to include it in this agenda. And, we'll see how it goes forward.
Thank you, Chair.
Sheila.
58.
Okay, that brings us to item 8, close of meeting, announcements, and adjournment.
Chair,
Committee members.
Slater.
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, go ahead.
I think we had discussed potentially having a work session with the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration and then the Advisory Council to discuss the fiscal year 21 budget. And I wanted to know if my colleagues at this time, we could find a day prior to the consideration by full council to achieve that request.
Sheila, yeah, I was hoping that we would schedule it, but they were busy with being committee members. There is the continuing concern. Mr. Schwerlein supposedly sent out pink slips to 10 employees in the various agencies, whether they be AMS or VSOs. And so that is a major concern. And how do we best proceed? Then there is the other, I'm apprised that there's legislation that is being sponsored to have NABI be the oversight committee for the Veterans Administration, namely because it is a program within the office of the President and the Vice President. And NABI is the oversight of that particular entity. So those are some things that we really need to have discussion on. Our agenda is practically full. We have NABI tomorrow, NABI Friday, and who knows, NABI might go into Saturday. And then the Navajo Nation special session, budget session, starts on the 21st. And when the council's in session, there can't be any meetings unless we look at Sunday. And I really need to have the committee have at least a day off for Saturday. If that's something, maybe we could attempt to hold a work session at 1 o'clock on Sunday.
Should we do Sunday or Saturday?
Well, Saturday seems like a time when a rest day or a day for delegates to go be with family, go to the farmer market, go get essentials. That's my thought. Committee members, it's up to you. You decide which is the best day.
If the chair,
go ahead.
Nobby runs into Saturday, I guess we'll have no choice anyways to work on Saturday, and we can still have a meeting on Sunday. I'm trying to work with OLC to get the get that registration out for Sage Memorial for the reauthorization. I'm hoping it will be done today. That still doesn't give us enough time. We'll have to do some other special meeting some other time. I'm not sure exactly how many steps it has to go through.
Okay. Regarding that, if it doesn't hit now, it won't be available till way the last week of
September.
Yeah. And our next meeting's the 30th. In that regard, committee members, you remember how we addressed Four Corners healthcare? I really like to have a closed meeting with IHS before we move to address that. We have a new contracting officer that we haven't ever really met, and he's emailed some items to chair and vice chair of the HES about their concerns.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Could we get a copy of that? Whatever he emailed to you? I haven't seen anything from him.
Okay, and just realize it's for your eyes and ears only as a start.
Yes, sir.
Because we haven't accepted anything as a report from IHS, and these are preliminary documents. Committee members, so I would
Chair, one more item.
Yes.
Yeah, whatever we do with that, we need to get that approved before the end of the month. Otherwise, they're going to lose a lot of money over there at Sage Memorial. I don't know if you heard that yet, but
yes, I have.
Okay.
Committee members, Sage Memorial has they conducted a groundbreaking, and I think they have close to $60 million in construction funds.
Correct. For startup funds.
Yes. Yes. So that puts double entry pressure on the committee. If the committee is open to meeting at 8:30 on Friday at the IHS headquarters, with the understanding that there would be social distancing, to hear from IHS, Navajo area IHS on what their concerns are. We could place the special meeting requests. The first item would be to meet with IHS as we've done before, where we were in executive session. Committee members, and then after that we exit and then we proceed.
Chair, can I get that date again? I apologize. My phone call dropped.
September 18th, in person if need be. So that would be my recommendation, committee members. So the other part was, I understand BNF had an in-person meeting in the council chambers on the 15th. So we could address it like that.
That's fine. We can do it on the 18th at a.m. 8:30 would work.
Okay. What committee members?
The 18th next month or this month?
No. September 18th, 2 days from now.
Oh my gosh.
You're just trying to make Halona sweat.
Chair, I probably won't be able to make that meeting. I had already confirmed to 2 meetings. Is there another proposed date?
No, it needs to be then. We need to have it on the 18th.
Yep. Committee members.
Chair, I guess it's fine with me.
Okay.
Chief Adabiga, this is Monica.
Okay, that makes 3, and then I'll make 4.
That would be enough.
Vice Chair Slater.
Mr. Chair, does the support staff have to be available? It's an executive session?
No. Perhaps just to verify, let's just have Mr. Mose available to record the roll call. And that would be, and then we would be over at the IHS headquarters.
Chair, to clarify, will there be a call-in or will there not be a call-in for this meeting?
You, if need be, you could call in, but I really feel like because we haven't met Mr. Yazzie, the new contracting officer, I'd really like to see him in person and to address the IHS concerns, that those items that he sent us. And then Miss Navajo area IHS Director, Ms. Rosen So, would also give us an update of some of the region or the area officers' work in naming the CEO of, I think it was Chinley and Gallup, and I think it was was it Cayenta also? No, it was Crown Point. Honorable.
Yeah, the three.
Yes. You'll give us an update.
Three positions were Cayenta, Chinle, and Crown Point.
Crown Point. Okay. So that would be also part of the IHS report. And Honorable Slater and Honorable Charlene, so you could teleconference in.
Okay, I can surely do that. And if I can reschedule a meeting, I will be there, my colleague.
Okay, great. Sheila, committee members.
I'll be there.
Miss Shema, Miss Martinez, in scheduling that, should the committee vote on it?
Sending an email to the area director right now, Chairman. You can vote on it right now, but
okay.
I have to get feedback from her, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Committee members, let's have a motion and a second and a vote to request a special meeting at 8:30 at the IHS headquarters.
Motion, Helena. All okay.
A motion by Honorable Cornell Helena, second by Honorable Paul Begay. Thank you, committee members.
I think I beat Helena on that one. I really did.
You were too busy talking. You were too busy talking.
I would like to withdraw my second on that motion.
Okay. There's no other discussion. Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Aye, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Honorable Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Elliot Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona.
One votes green.
Honorable Paul Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, we have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. So we will have a special meeting on the morning of the 18th. That would be announcements, and then the chair is open for a motion for adjournment.
Motion to adjourn. All Begay.
Hey, you beat
Second, Wanika.
Alona
Second.
on the draw. Motion by Honorable Paul Begay, second by Honorable Edson Wanika, and no motion from Helena. Hey, Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Aye, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Elliot Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, we have a vote of 5 in favor to adjourn at 3:54 p.m.
Thank you, committee members. Stay safe and drive carefully on our way to the special meeting. Appreciate everybody's attention to what we accomplished today. I see. tại Shea Winton. With that, we are adjourned with a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and the chair not voting.
Thank you, sir. Have a good evening.
Oh.
Be safe out there.
Oh. What Ada?
Okay.
Go on that.
Go on that.
Leonard, I'm going to send you the special meeting memo to turn in. This is Beverly. Leonard.
Well, I've been sitting here all day, I've been sitting in this waiting room, and I've been waiting on my friends, yes, I'm waiting on this conference call, all alone, and I'm on hold, well, yes, I'm on hold. I hope it's not all day. Well, I wonder where they are, yeah. Yes, I wonder where my friends have gone.